channel were saying because he's claiming to be a Jehovah's Witness or whatever, or and it's like, but they disfellowship people for like lesser things. It's like, so like, what are you trying to say? That was my big thing. I was trying to figure out what he was trying to say because he seemed very contradictory to it.
He was saying a whole bunch of nothing. Bunch of nothing.
Red, how are you? Before we go, did you have a good recovery from your stream?
Oh yeah, man! I always have a good time. I actually was out working on my wife's boat, so
nice.
Yeah,
not your boat, your wife's boat.
Right.
Well,
my wife's
here's
boat.
the thing.
Here's the thing.
I told my wife I want a boat, and she's like, "You'll never use a boat." So I bought this little piece of crap. Like, I think I paid $400 for it, and I was on that thing all the time. My kid loved it. The dog loved it. Everybody loved it. So I convinced her to let me buy a brand new boat. This is a great story in how to do the things the most roundabout way possible. She gave me permission to actually go buy a brand new boat. I said, okay, cool. So I went down to the bank. I got a cashier's check. I had the money sitting on my counter. I was ready to go to Bass Pro the next day. While I'm sitting there, because I'm on YouTube and I'm obsessively searching for all the right stuff to do to a brand new fishing boat, and I run across these guys that they're like, hey, we don't buy brand new boats. We're on the water every day. We're professional guides. We don't buy brand new boats. We just don't do it. And this is what we do. And I'm like, damn, that makes a lot of sense. It makes so much sense. And so I went the next day and I bought a boat for like $3,000, and I gutted it and I completely rebuilt it, and I still have it. And then I upgraded about 2 years ago. I upgraded to yet another boat. I just kept it. And now I have two boats, but my wife hates them because they're too low. They're too fast. They're too loud. They're not, they're bass fishing boats. So they're really specialized to what I'm doing. And they have all these electronics on it. I've got enough sonar on that thing to find the Red October 3 times. And, and it's just a crazy boat. My wife just doesn't like it. She doesn't want to go out on it. So a year and a half ago or so, she's like, I don't care what else we do this summer. We are buying me a boat that I like. And so we did. We bought a Bryant 214. It's a really nice speedboat, ski boat kind of thing. It's very nice. But, boats require maintenance. And we weren't even going to use it this year. We rented out the lake house all summer to September. I'm like, I just forget about that thing. Just leave it up. Like, it's like the furthest thing from my mind. A week and a half ago, she's like, hey, I want to go to the lake. And I'm like, what do you mean you want to go to the lake? Like, that's a lot of work. So I got to go pull this boat out. I got to clean it up. I've got to, and the power steering pump is not working. So I had to put a new power steering pump on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Boats have power steering.
Yeah.
I just figured they
anything with a steering wheel has power steering.
I've never piloted a boat, so I just don't.
Oh, you should, man. I mean, that's one of the skills that every young man needs. Yeah. Every man needs to know how to drive a boat.
Yeah. It's totally different. It's totally different than driving a car.
Yeah. Oh yes, absolutely. I understand that, the mechanics of it and everything. Yeah. It's just every time in my life I've been on a boat or near a boat, it's been a bad experience. I can swim like a fish, all right? I'm not one of those stereotypes. I love watermelon fried chicken. Yeah, I can swim like a damn fish.
Let's get into that.
Let's not.
Every time I've been on a boat, something bad happened. It's just like,
so Mark Miller says put an LS engine in it. So my boat actually has a 454 Chevy motor in it.
Nice.
Which is why the power steering pump from Mercury is like $800, but the power steering pump from AutoZone at a 454 Chevy truck is like $100.
Was that inboard?
It's an IO, inboard outboard. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got it's Mercruiser 7.4 liter, fuel injected. So
awesome.
Wally, what's up, dude?
Oh my gosh, Wally. Oh my gosh.
Look at Wally.
What did he say?
Last night, I think.
Look at that. This is his puns.
It's
that
Wally.
He's so
What's up,
at.
Wally? They are pretty stern. stoic even.
Hey,
Wally, if you want to come up, you can, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, while Wally is on that subject, I kind of find it funny that the seamen from the Navy have to swap the poop deck. Just saying.
Yeah.
Wally has some wicked puns, though. I mean, he's just every time I see him on, he's just like.
That's definitely a dad joke, but that was a cool dad joke.
Oh yeah, like when they were talking about repealing the Johnson Act, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm totally here for us cutting the government's Johnson." I'm like, "Oh,
cutting the Johnson, cut the Johnson." We're with you, Wally. Like, cut the Johnson.
The seamen have to swap the poop deck. Like a question in the sense of, do you think old school terminology like that should be updated, or should we just leave it alone? Because it's just too much fun.
No, we leave it alone. That way, other branches still have that material to fuck with them.
Yeah.
But you know what? The good thing is, with the creation of the Space Force, now the Coast Guard is no longer the butt of the joke. Now Space Force is.
Yeah, I don't know that I think Space Force edges Coast Guard out just in cool factor alone. And they get all the high-tech toys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Well, let's just be honest. It is to the Air Force what Coast Guard is to the Navy. So this is kind of
exactly
interesting that we have, we created this whole force just for
well, the Chair Force is okay as long as there's air conditioning. So
yeah.
But their primary responsibilities is supposed to be to go up there and clean up junk satellites. When's that going to start? And to monitor anything that leaves the stratosphere ballistically. It's like, when's any of that going to happen? Was this a good investment?
I don't think so, but yeah, that's a good point.
Really? That's what they were for? I thought there was stuff Darth Vader and the invasion of the Empire.
Well, you're talking about Reagan and Star Wars, which is a different thing.
No, they wanted to leave it to the Air Force, and the Air Force was like, "But there's no air in space." And it was like, good point. All right, Space Force. It was what
Space Force.
the hell was going on? All right, fine. Fine.
Yeah. The leader of the Space Force is Dark Helmet.
Yeah. Is there anyone else here that's? Am I surrounded by assholes?
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Great movie. Dear God. Hopefully they'll never do another one.
When will now be now? Soon.
I don't know. I kind of worry about that being them trying to do a sequel to that, but I don't know if it'll ever happen because, Mel Brooks is still alive and he went out of his way to do History of the World Part 2. And that was just no.
That was a.
Well, I think he was in name alone on that one because here's the thing is that, and I knew this going in that History of the World 2 was going to be bad because he was never going to deal with sacred cows of the left like he did in the right on History of the World 1. So, and that goes to show you just why it becomes an issue with that's why South Park still is relevant and why they still are it's so beloved because they take shots at every side and because I knew that I saw one of the scenes and I was like, oh my gosh, this is woke, and I'm like, you can't do Mel Brooks and do woke. It just can't he is anathema to woke. How are you doing, Wally?
Well, good evening, gentlemen.
Hello, Wally. Oh, yeah, I met you before on the speakeasy.
You know what? John, we need to get a John. We need to get a soundbite for whenever Wally comes up here.
Yeah.
There we go.
When Wally comes up here, we got to have the soundbite of Wally.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I never. Let me tell you, when that movie came out, when I was 22 years old, let me tell you, that joke was never applied to me. I never heard it once, and it certainly never got old by the time I was 25.
So I was going to ask. I was going to ask
how grateful I was when Breaking Bad made my name cool again. I was very, very grateful for that. That was a godsend of a show for me on a personal level.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
I do want to ask this quick question because this is kind of a follow-up to something that Grid and I were talking about in his stream. But with when we were talking about the Project 2025, my question to you was, do you think that the way, again, obviously it might be suspect the way it came about, but like, do you think that the people who are presenting some of that stuff that might cause a divide in MAGA, or do you think MAGA is going to go completely populist and it's just going to completely there'll be no kind of like breakaway in the MAGA like there was in the Tea Party?
I think a lot of that is going to depend on exactly if somehow Trump eventually positions somebody to kind of be a political successor to him, because he didn't really do that because he was expecting to get reelected in 2020. So it'll be interesting to see who he actually tries to put in front of people, or if they're just going to see if his crowd just kind of gravitates naturally towards someone who puts himself out there. I don't know at this point. Right now, I'm just thinking how we're going to get past the next 5 months. I mean, I've already had to, all of Europe can fuck off, because I've had to deal with requests at my real job all week because of all the elections going on, and people always think protests are going to break out. Because Europe, France decided to make a right proper mess of things over there, and so did the UK.
John, are you talking about that? Oh, what was it? The Project 25 that was posted on X? Is that what you're talking about? You're muted.
What?
For some reason, like when I hit this on his thing, it was picking up like, Brenda would be answering a phone, and it's like, and I'm like, now I do it, and I'm like, wow. But no, what I was going to say was to Grid was on that Project 2025, do you think that this could cause a division on the right about where we go from here, or do you think this is just maybe some?
No, I think it was. I don't think so. To the left.
You think it's a product of the left, right?
Well, I think it's food for the left.
Food for left. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I think it's a project. It was a hit piece by the left, because if you go to the actual, because Biden's personal X account, if you go and you click on the link that he shared, saying Trump wants to do this, and you go to the very end of it, it says at the end of it, paid for by the Biden campaign.
Well, no, I can't think of it. I think it was a Heritage Foundation that did it, but I could be wrong about that. They're the ones that actually.
You're right about that.
That authored it, and they basically. I originally thought it was a political satire piece, and it might be, but it's really an interesting, as we were attempted to talk about on my panel today, and it just kept going into all kinds of different. It went in all kinds of different directions, but with the way that it's going, the left is the one feeding off of this. The right doesn't care about 2025, as near as I can tell. I don't care about it. I don't think it's realistic. I don't think it's. I think it's all. Anybody that understands anything about the office and powers of the president is going to look at it and go, none of this shit's real. But if you're an idiot leftist who just really needs another reason to hate Trump, a fresh meme, a fresh post to put out there on your wall on Facebook and show the world your fist, it's great for that. It's great.
Right. Well, and it's like a lot of the things that are happening where, like, the way they leaked the Supreme Court decision, and like they know they cannot run on Biden's record. They know that they can't, like when he can't even like finish a complete sentence And they know this. So again, they have to double down on the greatest threat to democracy.
Well, I
get into the histrionics on it.
I would totally buy that it's a complete invention, because really Trump has starved them for content for about a week and a half now. The whole conversation has been on Biden's fitness to run ever since the debate. Trump's done the right thing. He's been quiet and stayed out of the news, so they can't talk about anything he's said since. The whole thing has been on Biden. So I really do. It wouldn't surprise me if they decided we need to come up with something that shifts the conversation, because they've got to be getting desperate to move away from Biden being able to run or not from the debate performance. They've got, at this point, they've got to be clamoring for, like, the news needs to talk about something else.
Did you hear that last comment? Did you watch that presser that just happened here not too long ago? Yes, Gail, I watched it. Check my channel. I did accidental live stream on it. Accidental. But
accidentally live stream on something?
I was testing audio, and my damn producer jumps in. He jumps in. Is there? It's doing and it was coming on. I was waiting on that to watch that, to talk to you guys about that. Thought y'all might have some things to say about it, and we just ended up watching it as a group. And people came in. It was just like, all right, fuck it. I guess we're doing a stream. And but that very last question, I forget that guy's name. I know I've seen him before. He loves to get some gotcha questions, but he got it right in there at the end about, you confuse Kamala for Trump earlier in your speech, and Trump is already, making fun of that. You got any thoughts? What do you got to say about that? And he just listen to him and walks off. It was like, no, you didn't address the question. Your gaffe has been proven. You've been made a fool of. You embarrassed your damn self. Defend yourself. And walks off. But like, oh dear God, this is the leadership that allegedly 81 million votes voted for. The fuck out of here, man.
Most fair election, most free, fair, honest election of all time. Buff, you know that. We all know that.
Is that why the poll watchers couldn't watch the polls in Pennsylvania and in Michigan and other places?
If there was one thing I particularly noticed 4 years ago that made absolutely no sense, because you have to consider how Trump handled China for 4 years. The value of the Chinese yuan was going steadily down for almost a month before the election in 2020. Their market was thoroughly predicting 4 more years of Trump, and his economic policies against them were going to continue. Like their yuan value had been trending down for about 30 days before the election. They did not see Trump losing. And that's the one outlier against everything else that kind of defied logic in the whole situation.
Yeah. Everybody saw that. The projections, watching these damn rallies alone, this man is staying in his basement or wherever he's hiding when you're supposed to be out campaigning. Trump's drawing thousands and thousands at his rallies, and Biden, you see a Biden rally, it's circles spaced out 6 feet apart. And there's like 20 people there. Whenever he did one, he destroyed him in every debate. It was like, yeah, landslide. At 11 o'clock, Trump was the projected winner. And then somewhere at 2 o'clock, something happened, and Biden shoots up the polls.
What could have happened?
Yeah,
of course, hearing that.
I have to advise you guys that you are now spreading fake news.
Oh no, it's okay.
We won't have it on this platform because we've got to be able to protect. We've got to be able to protect the integrity of our elections.
You shush your John.
The left said we can talk about this now, but I find it very funny that every year I've been living in Atlanta here for about maybe 30 something years now. Probably about 38 years, 40, right at it somewhere. It seems about almost every year as politics have gotten more extraneous, so to say. birth of this since the Tea Party and this birth of the conservative movement that's trying to get louder, and Democrats are realizing our power's in jeopardy. There's always in Fulton County, Georgia, a damn water main break on election day. You tell me that's coincidence? Get out of here. And we all see it too. As Atlantans, why is it always on election day?
That's why I say, like, even if you could have a logical explanation for everything within the United States, I still want someone to explain then. So what was a country that in theory was completely removed from the entire situation? Why is the value of their currency going steadily down in the lead up to our election? They're completely removed from the internal politics in theory. So it's almost like, well, they must have been making speculations based off a completely different direction. Because after the fact, if it was so obvious that Biden was going to win by a landslide, why was their value going down? Clearly, they didn't see clearly outside observers did not see the landslide that was just after the fact. So obvious in the news.
Oh, what did I do here? Okay.
Look,
it is interesting all this
chaos being created, because really, as far as it applies to me making money in the real world, chaos is good for business in my profession, so I can't complain.
Yeah. I think it is interesting, all the shifting and all of the goalpost moving that's been happening in especially the last 4 years. But don't worry about me getting canceled. I'm already shadow banned, because I'm pretty sure some of the things that I have said on YouTube, but especially some of the stuff that I've said on Facebook.
You too?
If they haven't completely, I know I'm on a watch list probably somewhere. So I think they like people like me to have some freedom to be able to talk. They don't want me to have an audience, but they definitely want to know what my thought is, because they're like, here's someone that's picking up on all the crap and because there's a lot of MK Ultra crap going on right now.
What's up, Blue?
Hello, Blue.
It's going to be interesting to see if they can actually pressure Biden to have something happen at the convention, because as of right now, they really cannot have an open convention unless he releases his delegates.
Mm-hmm.
I was just loving how his little conference he said today. It was like one of the things he opened with was, focus on ending the wars over there in the Middle East, Europe, whatever. All those two going on. Then why do you keep funding one side? Let them hash it out. It'll end on its own. Simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and part of the thing is that so as someone who's like consistently had to follow this and study it offline for a couple of years since the start of it, the Ukraine situation is not going to turn around unless they collectively slap some sense into Zelensky and tell him that his so-called peace formula is not going to work. It's not viable. It's not a realistic proposition. I don't know if anyone here has read it, but it's not a negotiation. He basically wrote Russia's Articles of Surrender and called it a peace process. And that's just not going to happen, because it's all these, the list of items includes such clearly realistic propositions as the full withdrawal of all Russian troops from Ukrainian territory with no preconditions, the full restoration of Ukraine's internationally recognized borders, restitution to rebuild the country. Like, this is the kind of stuff you're not going to get unless you actually raise enough of an army to go right up to the city limits of Moscow and threaten Putin down the barrel of a tank. You're not getting this kind of shit from Russia. Mm-hmm. It's just not happening.
Well, and I love how we're like all about trying to support democracy, and like Biden, the Ukrainian president, he isn't stepping down, and it's not like he's for election. Like, his term is up, and he's still not going to step down.
Oh, they tried to get him to hold elections, and he basically said, "Look, the security situation doesn't allow us to guarantee that everyone has the freedom."
He's definitely pulling a Palpatine, the Jedi are a threat
Well, here's the funny thing is that this is where the conversation kind of stopped, because he had a visit from Lindsey Graham and a Senate delegation sometime last year, and they asked him about the elections being held. And he basically said, yeah, we'll hold elections if you pay for them.
What?
So he wanted NATO to fund their election, saying we can't guarantee election security on our own right now. But, $300 million might persuade Ukrainian parliament to waive a martial law exception for the vote to be held.
Oh, that sounds like
this might surprise you, but we said we're not going to fucking pay for your presidential election, and it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. That is definitely extortion right there. Right there. Yeah. $300 billion. Give us that. We'll do the election.
A penny for your thoughts, Grid, because you seem to be a little.
It's all it's all mundane conversation. I mean, I like it. It's enthusiastic. It's just mundane, and it's cool. I think the reality is that this is what America does: is give money to wars that we don't fight. And we're the world's bank. So bitching and whining about it does us no good until we solve that problem. So I'm happy to hear you guys talk about it, but it's kind of irrelevant to me.
Yeah, so. I get that. I knew you weren't, and I just want to make sure, I always like to check in with everyone.
It's cool, man.
If they feel like the stream is or the discussion's going somewhere else, I like to make sure everyone gets included. And
no, it's cool, man. I know when to jump in when I want to.
Okay, there you go. Okay, I just want to make sure you knew you were welcome to. And like I said, it's. I mean,
everybody's having fun talking about it. It's just.
We could just do all the Wally puns till the cows come home, and probably have enough with that. But
I could come up with some more boat jokes.
It doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it, Wally. It doesn't cut it.
Right. So in other words, let's go ahead and change the subject. I think we should go on to movies. Let's go to the. Oh, you got some notes? Save it for the end.
Save it for the end. Yeah, save it for the end. We need to come up with a system where it's kind of like a little auto generator thing of what's going to be the next topic. We were trying to do that early on in the show. We were trying to format it I don't know if you guys have ever seen the show. Pardon the interruption. But they have a minute to talk about a subject, each, and it's
yeah,
it's kind of hard to try to get that done. It's you got to get a lot of work to put into that, but
we'll be trying something like
that. If you want to finish your notes, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Buff. We were just joking with you, buddy.
Yeah, if you want to finish your notes,
we'll be trying something random on my debate Saturday, so I'm looking forward to that format. Testing out.
Yeah, speaking of debate,
we're going to be polling the audience to change the topics.
What do you guys think of
debate? Don't forget, guys, July 30th, there's going to be a free will debate on this channel between John Moseman and Josh from JS Urban Survival. Or not
Urban
Survival,
Adventures.
Yeah, most of my friends have survival or prepper in their fucking name, so so I'm so used to that. But Urban
Adventures. In reference to the topic, it sounds like an interesting debate. Following the topic, I'm like, I might show up, I might not. I don't know. Got the free will to not show up for that,
right? Yeah,
I think
it's not like we're pointing a gun to your head and say, "Wally, you got to be there."
Yeah, Great. I think you were trying to say something or ask a question.
Yeah, just if you want to change the topic, since I'm assuming that most of you guys are libertarians, where do libertarians feel like that rights come from, and do you have any rights?
Rights come from force. I don't agree with the rights proposition, Grid.
Rights come from making.
You know where I'm going to go with it, right?
Yeah, I know where you're going to go with it. I know where I would. where a certain segment of us on the internet would go with it.
Well, obviously, that's a great question to bring up. Great, that's a great question.
Yeah.
First of all, why I might say things and parrot things that are libertarian-esque. I to me, I know where you're coming with that. I don't believe rights exist naturally. I don't believe in natural law. I don't believe in natural rights, and so that's one of the things that I disagree with the Locke method or the Locke philosophy. And I think in a lot of ways, a lot of socially orthodox kind of type leaning conservatives would agree with that. But so to me, rights are a construct of society. And so to me, there are certain inalienable rights that come from God, but they're not the rights that are exercised or spoken about in the Declaration of Independence or in the Constitution. But even with those rights, or whatever those rights may exist, I do believe there is an authority that I must oblige by. And I know people might think that's insane because I use the word anarchist, but it's because I believe in rights coming and power coming and authority coming only from God and not from men or from authorities and men. Now, I agree government structures those things, but Mike, I don't know, would you classify yourself as a libertarian?
No, I classify myself more independent.
Okay, what do you mean by independent?
I do share some libertarian views.
Okay.
You know, like small government. You know, but I believe that rights come from rights are. I'm opposite of John, obviously, and we get along so well. I think rights are natural; they're given by God, and I believe that it's the government's job, not that the government does not give us those rights. The government's job is to protect those rights.
And Buff, what's your thought on that about rights?
Oh, I'm more constitutional conservative. I think rights are absolutely written by man. It's kind of in the name of the Bill of Rights, but I understand what you're saying in that conversation of there are some natural rights given by God. I don't believe in God, but I understand the conversation of what people what they're saying when they mean that, and I can see some of that. But I think rights in the sense of being able to exercise them for your need, especially in a court where you're judged by man. Yeah, those rights come from man because they wrote them. Now, a lot of people say only God can judge me. Well, your God's not going to be in that courtroom. You could probably think he's going to be through prayer and whatever means you feel you have to talk to him. That's fine. But at the end of the day, it's man that's going to say, well, yeah, you didn't have the right to kill that guy for whatever reason. It's man that's going to punish you. And I don't know. That's a good question. That's tricky. That's a good one though. You have God-given rights. You do have man-given rights. Which one is superior?
See, it's interesting when I hear people bring up the God.
You have to get closer to your mic, Wally.
So it's interesting when I hear people bring up the whole like the God-given right argument, because I'm not sure exactly what rights those people are ever talking about. Because I would grant that you, at the very best, you could say God has given humanity divine commandments, and we have based social rights around those commandments. But there's never any exact scripture you can point to where it says you have a right to do X, Y, and Z. Like you could say, well, Adam was given dominion over the animals, that's why he named them. But there weren't any other real instructions on what do you do with that dominion over animals. It's just a command that I have bestowed this on you.
That's a very, very accurate statement. God doesn't give you any rights. Nowhere in the scripture does it say you have a right to happiness. You have a right to anything. You have to earn everything that you get on your way to heaven every single day of your life. You are given commandments of things that you cannot do. You are giving guidance of the things that you should do. And we can establish morality from that. But there's literally no such thing as God-given rights. That's just something that we like to say because it sounds good. And it's become part of lore, right? It's not actually part of the scripture, but it's lore. And okay, that's fine. Man-made rights are even more tenuous, right? Like, why do you have the right to tell me what my right is? Right? So at that
more
point,
of a law. That's
right. Now, see that? Then we get into laws, and laws are not rights. Laws are restrictions on what you can do. So here is the example of where mentally we want the idea of rights. I am right to do this. This is the whole idea behind rights. I am right to do this. It's not I have a right. I want to go fish here, and I'm right to do so. I want to grow. I want to raise chickens in my backyard. I am right to do so. Not I have a right is it's weird. It's a weird, but I mean, it's common, but it's weird. And it's very interesting that so many people do not understand that whatever you say you have a right to do, or that you think is right for you to do, I can say that I have a right that trumps it. And at that point, then we have as a society, we've come together to say, okay, this is what we all agree is right for us to do. It's not a right, it's right. It's semantics, but these are important. These are important connotations, right? These are important things to understand. And so now that we say, okay, this is right, if someone else says it's wrong and they have bigger guns, we are now wrong and they are right. Because the only way that we can enforce what we believe is right is through force. It's right there in the name.
And that's making rights subjective, and therefore
rights are not just subjective, they're fleeting.
Right, but I'm using this as an argument for
sure.
Not only, so it makes rights subjective, and if that's the case, then they can't be God-given, right?
Right. And this is the idea behind free will. This is the idea behind all of it. This is why these things are important. Now, here's an interesting thing. The very same people who will trumpet, I have rights, ignore the fact that all throughout the Bible, there is slavery, not slavery of dark-skinned people like our friend here, but of anyone. Anyone was, and it was fine. Right. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that it's wrong for a human to own another. Nowhere.
Right. In fact, Jesus tells you to be
decided, we've decided on a societal level that is wrong. It is right for everyone to be free. That is right. I agree with that. I think Wally agrees. I'm assuming that everyone on his panel agrees with that. It is right for that to be the truth. But it is not a right. There are no such things as a right. There are things that are right to do, and we agree on that societally. And the only time that that's effective is as long as we can defend what we believe is right. And this is why people get all bent over axles or bent over barrels and wrapped around axles, because they continuously say, I have a right. But you fucking don't.
You have an ability.
You have an ability. Yes, right. You have an ability. You have free will. Assuming that you can enforce your will what you believe is right, it is therefore right.
Or just absent someone else imposing theirs.
Right.
Now,
So
it's like you have the ability to go fish in the pond down the street from your house until somebody builds a fence and holds a gun there and says nobody's fishing here but me. Well, then I guess you don't have the ability, even if you might go to court and the court says, well, everyone has a right to fish there. Well, someone arbitrarily decided this pond is mine.
And this goes back to a reason why I use the term Christian anarchist, because when I go back to what Jesus says in Matthew, because he's talking to them and they're saying, what about, because they want to make him into a political and cultural figure. And he's telling them, that's not my job. That's not my place. That's not my purpose here. I am here in the specific role of Messiah. And so when they go, well, what do you think about giving money or paying taxes to Rome? And he's like, well, whose image is on it? It's the Caesar's. Well, then render it. If you're going to use his money, then you're obligated to pay the taxes that are attributed to that. And then he says that, but what is God is God's. And so the thing of it is he is himself giving distinction, because whether he agrees or not about slavery, he is telling people, if you're in those things, if you're in an obligation, honor those obligations, honor the authorities that are put under you, not for the sake of it being an actual authority or that it is a greater authority than him, but that when you do that, you're putting trust into God, you're putting trust into his providence. And so to me, I go back on these things, and this is why I think why I struggle so much with Christian nationalism, because there's so much of this pushback of trying to
I think you're wrong on that.
If we just establish these things, if we just do these things and make these societal changes, then we will create. And I think what the words of Jesus is, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Give unto those things that are unto the things. If it's honor that's due, honor. If it's a debt. If it's taxes, it's taxes. Don't let those things become focuses where they derive your attention away from God. And I think that is an important thing in all of this. But this is when we talk about rights, we get distracted in that. So.
Christians must be represented in every layer of society, including government, because, as I just said, God does not give us rights. God does not grant us rights. The Bible does not enumerate a list of rights. Therefore, for the rights that you believe in to exist, you must participate societally at every level, and that includes government. Jesus was not talking about not being a member of government. I think that's a little nuanced on your part, which is fine. But I just believe that you're wrong about that, because, again, the only thing that makes a right is that we as humans agree societally that is something that we agree is right. And so, and the founders knew this. That's why they even wrote it. We hold these truths to be self-evident, meaning we all agree these are right.
Yeah.
We all agree that this is right.
Right.
They didn't say.
I think the biggest problem.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was going to say, I think the biggest problem, no matter what ideology you're looking at, whether it's Christian nationalist or Christian anarchism or whatever, communism, capitalist, whatever, everybody expects it to be a utopia, and there's no such thing as a utopia. There's no way to have the most perfect system in place.
And that's where I disagree, because I know there's anarchists that have a utopian idea. In fact, that's why I say libertarians are the most utopian in the sense of how they believe. Because again, it's based off this natural idea that humanity is inherently good and right, which I don't subscribe to, and that humanity can govern itself because it doesn't need authority. I don't agree with that either. But what I actually say, and the reason I espouse what I do, is because I acknowledge and I see the sin of man. I see the fault of man, and I see that no matter what we do on this side of heaven, whatever we create in this earth will be tainted by those things. And so the problem is the greater you create authorities, the greater you create power, the more that power will corrupt. And so to me, the fact that I don't subscribe to the utopian view is the reason why I'm suspect of just believing that if we just put it in the hands of government, everything will be all right. Because I've seen from history that's not the case.
Again, to this, I say that if you shouldn't view it as we're putting it in the hands of government. We must be involved in every layer of society as Christians, regardless of our personal bend, because that is the only way to guarantee that what we believe is right continues to be right. Once we start retracting and removing ourselves from the government, from every layer of society, and not just government, but also your local gatherings and retreating. And once we start retreating into our churches and into our individuality, then the world is lost. And God never meant that at all.
I think the world is already lost is the point. And for me, it is not so much about retreating back into authority. And it's not even saying that Christians as individuals can't act in the government or shouldn't have a place in those things. It's how we stress the gospel and being careful, especially of how we try to import Christianity into government, where there are aspects of it that don't.
We're not pushing it in; we're maintaining it.
Well, see, but see, that's where I disagree. I don't think it has ever been authentically that, because of the fact that you cannot at some point there is. And maybe this is where it comes off as maybe being utopian is because I acknowledge that you cannot have a perfect system. The question is, let's have a conversation about how much or how little of these things should be applied or sought after. Because I do believe the biggest concern I have, and this is coming not from an ideological perspective or policy perspective, this is coming from me philosophical and theological, is that the Bible tells us to not be of the world. We can be in the world, but not of the world. And if you're of the world, you seek solutions in the world.
Being in government is not being of the world; it's being in the world. I disagree with that.
Okay.
That characterization. Let me. So first of all, from the founding of this country, religion was involved. As Andrew aptly pointed out to you in the debate, which I didn't watch all of it, so if I missed something, I apologize. But as he pointed out in the debate, there is no such thing as separation of church and state. It never existed. It was only in a letter written by Thomas Jefferson, clearly defining that there was to be no separation of church and state. It's just something that someone picked out in history and twisted to meet the rhetoric and narrative that they wished to portray. What words are on every piece of money that is issued?
In God we trust.
In God we trust. That's right.
Yep.
How do we swear in officials? On Bible.
By an oath on the Bible.
An oath on the Bible. There's no such thing as separation of church and state. There never has been. There will be. It's simply a narrative. So by removing yourself, albeit that's perfectly within your right. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that you're wrong to do so. I'm just pointing out that by removing yourself from the system, from any level of government, you cede your authority as a human being to people who do not have your best interests at heart.
This is the problem, is I think people are hearing what I'm saying and they assume that because I'm talking from a philosophical, ethical background, that I'm saying don't be involved in politics, or I'm saying don't. It's not a question of it, because I actually agree with you. Church of state, separation of church and state is a thing that did not exist. And even the founders, the way they understood in their terminology, separation of church and state wasn't the separation of church from the state. It was separation of the state from the church, meaning they understood and saw problems that happen when you have too much state influence in the church. That's part of it. But the other thing is, this is part of the reason why I come up with this position and why I have the critique I do, is because I would argue that one of the best examples of what I'm talking about is when you look at the Catholic Church at the time of Luther. A lot of the people who were in higher positions, when they're dealing with this troublesome monk who is struggling with some things that he's seeing, rightfully so, and some things maybe that are a bit histrionic on Luther's part. And I'm saying that as somebody who's raised in the Lutheran tradition. What you see are people who are looking at what Luther is saying, and they're looking at it as, this is bad for the empire, right? They're looking at it through a political lens, and they're not looking at it through a theological lens. And because of that, because of how much power and how much influence the church had in the state at the time, and how much they thought of those things that had to deal with states and all these empires and all these things, it made the church more susceptible to adding politicization where it shouldn't be. And so to me, it's not about saying let's be completely removed or let's not have government, let's not have these. It's about understanding where laws happen, why laws happen. It's about creating a kind of like the way I would say it is, it's kind of like the Ian Malcolm, to use a movie reference. It's the Ian Malcolm moment in Jurassic Park, but he says, you guys, you kept on doing, you were so fast about how you could do it. You never stopped to ask if you should do it. And to me, this is what this movement is about. It's about asking this question of how much can we truly import Christian ethics and theology into government, especially given that the fact that the main thing that often what happens is there is threat or use of force to imply things. And again, to me, I'm more concerned about what that does to the culture, not so much as a policy issue. And I think that's where Andrew and I were like missing like boats in the night.
What are you concerned about? What action are you concerned about doing to culture? I missed that. That seemed to be a key piece, and I missed it.
For me, a big part of it is this. So I know a lot of guys in the kind of quote unquote Christian red pill movement would just be like, oh yeah, let's just ban abortion. Let's get and you know what? Let's throw these coomers in jail. And I understand why they're saying, right? They're trying to echo this thought, and they're trying to be very effective about what they're trying to say. However, to me, I'm more concerned about how that message comes across, not because I disagree with the message. It's because I actually do agree with the message.
In tone policing than
it's actual. It's not tone policing. It's about understanding how people.
Sounds like policing.
Well, and that's your right to believe that. To me,
no, I'm really curious. So
yeah,
hold on. Let me just, for my own sanity.
Yeah.
And I'm not just being I'm not being contrary. I really do. It's an odd viewpoint to me, so I want to make sure I understand it. So what you're saying is that because people have absolutes in life and voice those absolutes, you are concerned about the message that gives off to who?
I'm concerned about how that affects people on their journey into salvation. I worry about how much
people that aren't yet Christians, you're concerned that they may not become Christians because
not just that. That's part of it. The other part of it is the other part that I'm worried about too is that it possibly, I'm not saying it will, or I'm just saying there's a possible means in which what ends up happening is we start saying this and we create another kind of pseudo-Christian culture where we're saying some of the things that are the quote unquote laws of the Christian truth, but then completely gloss over why people sin, completely gloss over why what people are needing.
I'm not sure I understand. So again, let me try really hard to understand this.
Okay.
So first of all, worrying about the way what somebody says affects other people is exactly tone policing. They don't like my tone, so they're like I curse a lot, and I've toned it way down for this discussion because I'm not familiar with you guys. But on my show, you may have noticed I curse a lot, and I've actually
and you can curse here.
I've eased off quite
Fuck
a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
Wally
you know
will
what?
attest
Don't
to
fucking
my
curse in here,
tirade.
okay?
Yeah, great. Watch your fucking mouth. Look at me.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm very bad. So, but that's kind of a self-policing, right? But I disagree. First of all, I disagree with the viewpoint. I believe that we need to come out stronger. And I 100% believe that taking a firm stance on no, abortion is murder, therefore, no, you should not have one except in the cases of, except in very rare cases, which I can't even define right off the top of my head. However, I'm sure there are outliers. I'm not worried about outliers. I'm only worried about the majority of them that are using it as
birth control. Yeah,
birth control. Thank you. And I actually had this discussion, and I literally really pissed somebody off the other night because, or the other day, her stance was that she was absolutely in my corner. Abortion's wrong, except in the case of, I guess, endangering the life of the mother or child, sure, and the incest and rape. So here's the thing. I don't necessarily disagree. I do not disagree with the life of mother or child. However, that's a medical decision and not a legal decision. And so I don't care. Okay. A doctor is going to decide which he can save. And I'm not a doctor, and therefore I can't make any determination about that. And it's not a legal determination at all anyway. So pulling that shit out of your ass is fucked up. All right. That's just wrong. That is just completely wrong. And it's just there to tug at heartstrings. The incest and rape thing. So do you know the statistics on the number of children that are in instances of grapes that are carried to term? Anyone?
Oh yeah, it's very low.
Do you know the incidences of children of grape that are carried to term? Anyone? 2 out of 3.
I don't know the statistics, but yeah, I know
2
it's
out of
very
3.
low.
2 out of 3. That's not low. That's very high. 2 out of 3 are carried to term. That means that less than a third of 0.0001% of instances of abortion could be possibly justified. So that's interesting. So we're got to make a rule just for that. As far as incest goes, I don't know. I'm on the fence about that. It's weird and it's crazy, but I think that's an even lower percentage of incidences. And so my question to the lady who was questioning me was and she started out with the current state of healthcare in this country with birth control and abstinence and all of these other things, there's no excuse for a woman to get pregnant, which I agreed with. There's honestly, it's, their mistakes happen, but come on, let's use a little bit of care and concern here. And even at that, you can, if you were concerned, maybe you didn't do your birth control quite right, you could reasonably, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. You could reasonably do the Plan B pill. Right. So here's the thing. I agree with this. I'm going to be unpopular for saying this, but murder trumps you carrying the child of incest or rape. I'm sorry. That's 9 months of your life. It's an entire child's life. That guy could be president. He could be the next Trump, and you killed him. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
Baby could have the answer for cancer.
Yeah.
Well, and then if you look in some wider issues, just beyond when people want to debate the exceptions, look at how many. Okay, I'm gonna not lean back.
Don't you dare get comfortable, Wally.
That's what happens when it's leaning forward.
We're in trouble, though.
What happens when I have a night off the clock? I lean back. But like, even when you go outside of the exceptions, I mean, because you have this general messaging that the left puts out. Abortion is a really important right for women. Okay, if you were to grant that, go beyond the exceptions that people bring up. Look at the amount of children that are born to single mothers where the father is not present at all from the very beginning. Now, if it was really important that they have these rights, you would think more women would use them to prevent children from being born into that situation, but they don't.
So that's actually the point that I made to this lady was, with all of this advanced birth control, and I agree 100% that it should be a very low instance of unwanted pregnancies. Why is it that abortions that are an all-time high? Why is that?
Right.
Can anybody explain to me how that math works?
Hey, Alicia.
Hi.
I have no idea. But
right, the math doesn't work, right? So obviously,
yeah.
Obviously, people are being irresponsible, and so being irresponsible is not a reason to take a life. So I disagree with it on every level. And again, I disagree with the whole thing. However, here I know this has taken a long time. I apologize. It's, I don't mean to make a sermon out of this, but I don't care about someone trying to tone police me for saying that. And I believe that every Christian should take this stance. There's no reason not to. By saying that, well, it might upset people, it might push an agenda that I don't agree with. Again, you have to decide what you believe is right. This is why I started with what are rights, right? It's the things that we agree on are right. We should have the ability to say you do not have the right to take a life just because you fucked up. That is our right. That is the thing that we believe is right, and we should all stand up for that. So again, I'm not, and I'm not trying to come off as a super preachy guy here, but these are the things that I think are often missed when we have these esoteric discussions about getting involved, Christians being involved in government, Christians being involved. And there seems to be this really odd, and Andrew pens it way more eloquently than I could. I will just use my own words. There seems to be this really deep hatred of the idea of Christians being in power. Like, we're not supposed to rule. We're not supposed to be in government. We're not supposed to be in positions of authority. We're not, because we might abuse it in the name of our God, which is ridiculous. And yet, here we are having this conversation.
And I have a point. I guess I didn't understand you when you said those that babies from grape, being carried to term. I misunderstood you. When I said it low, I was thinking of how many pregnancies happen from grape, and doctors will say
how many are taken.
Doctors will say that it's pretty low because it's not that it's rare or like it's a unicorn and you won't ever see it, but it does happen. But doctors say that the percentage of those that do get pregnant from grape is really low because the body has a mechanism to kind of protect itself from something like that.
Well, let's say that they do get pregnant. I'm not concerned about that part of it. Let's say they do get pregnant. The number of women who choose to carry that baby to term is 2 out of 3. That is a high percentage of women who decide to do the right thing. So it's a fallacy. It's a logical it's a logic trap that the left uses because they make you think your gut reaction is to say, well, obviously what woman would want, and they will say that if you go to a leftist, they'll say, what woman would want to carry the child of her abuser? Well, obviously 2 out of 3. That's the math.
Look at the stripper that
again,
Biden
that
got
just
pregnant.
shows you like how many women out there have really bought into the messaging where they've been told, like, look, you need to have this abortion right. It's really important you have these rights. Well, clearly a decent amount don't think it's very important, or they would exercise it in those situations, and they choose not to. As you said, Greg, two out of 3 in a grape situation don't exercise that right, but they've been really told it's very important that they have it. They've been told this is why it's here, so you can exercise it in this situation, and 66% of them don't. And and again, you can even broaden that to look at how many women continue with pregnancies when the father is not present at all and is not even going to be there when the child is born in some scenarios. They go through with the pregnancy anyway, but they've been told, well, it's really important you have these rights. Clearly, they don't ultimately feel it's a very important right because they're not exercising it more than they are in a lot of cases.
Well, again, this is why I started with what is a right, and the right is a social issue that we all agree is right. And since most of us do not agree that it is right, I believe that most people in the United States disagree with it as a right, that it is right. It is therefore not a right. I mean, that this is again, semantics are important, right? This is important. The idea that you have a right to something is very strange. So anyway,
yeah, I mean, I've spoken.
I'm sorry, I missed that, John. Oh, there it is.
I've spoken with several, even like non-religious at all women in the course of my life who have said like they don't believe in God, but they believe the practice of abortion is disgusting. They believe it's immoral. They believe it's evil and wrong. Like so even if you have someone who's not religious, like women have a very visceral reaction to the concept of the act of abortion.
Yes. Most. And John, I'm not saying that you specifically were tone policing. I just think that the way that you said it implies tone policing. So just to clarify. Clarity is important. Huh?
Don't put it in chat, John. You're hosting the show. Say it.
Yeah.
Say with your voice.
I'm just putting it out there because I didn't want to interrupt the conversation. That's what, you know.
Oh no,
there are people buff out in these YouTube streets who would accuse me of being what's the word? That I talk over people. I'm over talkative. That I conflate. I like to hear myself talk. What's the other one? That I obfuscate. Whatever. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. So I didn't want to interrupt the flow of what was being said. But no, what I'm talking of is what is clearly spoken about in the epistles about how we as Christians ought to talk to people. And again, it comes back down to worrying and understanding the idea. And this is the thing. If we're worried about policy or policing ethics more than we are about the salvation of people, then that's proof to me that why that stuff is anathema to what the Bible is really trying to do and trying to teach people. That's just my opinion of it. And that's why I come to the conclusions that I do.
Well, this is why I had mentioned when you were doing the post stream after the Andrew debate on Sunday, when I was in the chat, I said, I think the Christian anarchy concept might have a bit of a labeling problem, because when you apply the term anarchy in most people's minds, that's inherently a political prescription.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and yet it's the only one that really kind of fits for what I'm talking about, and it goes with some of the thoughts of the people who are the most prominent people in that movement. And again, it's one of those things. This is why I don't like labels to begin with, because how we language, how we say things, the way we construct language, conflates a lot of different things. it, you know, because again, what it comes back down to is, again, to me, if you look at anarchy in its truest form, what it means bottom up, cooperative, collaboration. It's people who are who believe in working together to deal with the issues. To me, the people who are the biggest ones that are the proponents of it are all people who came out of the Roman Catholic Church or the Eastern Orthodox Church, and they saw what happened to those churches in Europe as they became more and more politicalization. There's more balkanization. Sorry, I can't speak sometimes. No. What's the word I'm looking for? It's no. It's balkanize.
Balkanize, yeah.
Yeah, balkanize. And so that's where I have threat and I have concerns, because, again, if you take people who are outside of Christianity and say, what is Christianity to them? And they already have this idea that it's already a rigid set of rules that we have to abide by, or we're just a bunch of degens. That kind of divorces the whole aspect of sin and of a lot of different things, in my opinion. So that's why I am concerned about it. I can't really say I'm not apolitical, and maybe apolitical is a more apt word. But to me, it's more also about the idea of authority. So Christian anarchists believe that the only authority there is God's authority. And therefore, to me, what he tells us and how we are to look at societal issues, how we're supposed to look at individual issues, how we look at all these things has to come from that framework. And that's where I come from on that. And I know it is a very triggering thing. I know it seems oxymoron. I know it just, and maybe part of the reason of having it is so that we can actually have conversations about what exactly Christian ethics are used when we're trying to put it into a political or policy perspective. How does that actually work or not work? Should we be doing it? What does it do for the overall message and for the overall aim of the gospel? Those are my concerns, and more than it is not accepting some of the things that I think you're right about in a lot of these things, Grid, or Andrew for that matter. But because I look at the words of Paul, I understand where I have this belief that there is just, and I look at the words of Jesus, and I say, okay, how do we best put this into practice and policy without trying to make this thing of saying, and I guess my one thing I have with Andrew is saying, well, why can't we as Christians have authority? We're in the world, but that goes back to a fundamental disagreement that I have with him, and that is, to me, from everything I've read in the Bible, until Jesus' second coming, this is not Jesus's world. This is the dominion of the devil. Even the Bible says that he's a principality of the air, right? So this idea of the devil being in hell and just no. I don't believe that. So to me, and then, or if you look at sin, or if you just look at the natural consequence of how, when you put two things together, they often mutate and become watered down to their original source. However, which way you want to dice the potatoes, to me, it equals the same issue and the same problem. And that is maybe in that sense what I'm trying to do. If that makes sense.
So I have two issues. First, I think you're an intelligent person that is wasting your talent, removing yourself from a sphere that you should 100% be enacting in. And I think that's Andrew's problem as well. Andrew, everything that you've shown me is that you are a person who should be, rather than saying, no, I don't want to be a part of this, you should be saying, and maybe not preaching, really don't like that term, and I don't like witnessing either, because it's really not what we're talking about, but showing people daily, how they should act and what is right according to your standards and morals is important, and you can do that just as effectively applying those morals, those sensibilities in a political office, should you so choose. To remove yourself from the playing field because you feel like that it might set bad examples or something like that, I think is a tragedy, to be honest. And I feel like that you're wasting talent that God has given you. Just my opinion.
I understand that, and here's the thing too. Part of why the way I am of adopting this too is because I've been, and you can ask Mike. For a long time, I was involved in church polity. I was involved on church councils, church boards, and I saw the same thing happening, which is just what happens when people are trying to do the right thing and they have right intent, but because they think they're so ingrained in being right that they can't listen to other people when they're offering their criticism or offering their alternative. And I've seen it happen to where, you try to be the reasonable one, you try to offer, and you see the worst of people in that regards. Now you could just say, well, that's just for you another reason why organized religion is a problem and why you'll probably avoid it. I'm not saying you, I'm saying anyone in general. But to me, that is evident in what's happening in politics. I mean, it's again, to me, if I like the idea of saying, what can I do as a person to change the world, rather than me trying to just talk about what this party needs to do. Because I've been there, I've been involved in politics. I've been, it's the same thing. We got to vote for this guy. We got to do this. We got to do this. We got to do this. And after how many years of being told, if we do this, this will happen. If we're told to do this, Now, I will agree that there has to be legitimate change, and there never seems to be legitimate change. But to me, that's where I say, okay, to me, what's more important, because I used to carry so much weight for having order in the church and having order in how we do things, and seeing that people are so much in their natural state anathema to it, that the issue is not to disregard order or to say, let's not try. It's obviously something we have been doing to this point isn't working. So let's go back to the blackboard and say, okay, what is it that we're missing? What is it that, can these things ever be accomplished the way we want to get them accomplished? And unfortunately, we can talk about what we need to do society-wise, like you were just saying earlier, Grid, but until we get the lobbyists out, until we make a lot of these changes. But I doubt
without you being a part of that, and I'm using the general you, not
I know what you mean,
specifically, John.
Yeah.
Until you are part of that, nothing changes. That's my problem with your stance. I get it. You've been involved. You felt the weight. It can be crushing. I get it. But brother, we all have to share that weight. We all have to be involved. Every single human being in the country, for good or bad, needs to be involved, and let the right, hopefully we win that fight. But we definitely will lose the fight when we have people who believe and who are good and who know what is right, when they stand aside and say, I'm not getting involved on this one.
And again, it's not about not getting involved. It's about Mike must have dropped down. You might have. Yeah, sometimes when he's driving truck, as Buff can tell you, you get those spots where your signals.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But who determines what's right?
Well, that's the thing, is that looking at the term anarchy, it sounds like, if we're taking it out of a political framework, but even in the application to any religion, the application of anarchy just sounds like you're advocating for a massive decentralization of authority within the religion. And Well, good news there. We basically already have that because about 70% of Christianity in America is Protestant, and the rest is the Catholics and the Orthodox, basically. And basically no Protestant church has a hierarchical authority. So overall, Christianity pretty decentralized in America. It's already very anarchistic in that regard.
And I know I'm not going to necessarily disagree with that terminology, the way you're saying that. But again, part of it is that. So here's the issue, the solution, or here's the dilemma. So we have seen what happens when authority is abused. It begets more abuse, and eventually, what you see in the sense of like anarchism is. Or in that case of even like the Reformation, you see people doing what is reaction, right? You're reacting to reacting to reacting to reacting. So the problem is we have two extreme sides here that say, one says there is no authority. I get to be my own pope. I get my own church, right? I get all this kind of stuff. I do all these things, and I would argue that part of that reasoning for people who say that in Protestantism, Wally, isn't because it's necessarily an attribute of Protestantism, as much as it is a direct influence that Western, especially Western classical liberalism has had on the church. And that's why I always say, it's kind of funny to me that there's a lot of Christians out there in the Protestant evangelical world that would call themselves conservatives when they're really just classical liberals, and they're not really conserving anything, right? I mean, in that sense, they're just, what they're conserving is their preferred level of freedom, rather than conserving conservative ideals or policies or ideas. But the other thing
correct. They're not actually, most people who would say they are conservative aren't actually advocating for any type of conservation. They're advocating for restraint.
Right. And the other thing is, I think when it comes to the issue of the Protestants is, it isn't that I would agree. Obviously, you can say that you can look at a lot of churches and say, well, there hasn't been a hierarchical structure. Look at what is happening. However, I think if you look at something like the Roman Catholic Church, you will see just as much fractions there as you would in Protestantism. It's just not as noticeable, or it's not as, because the magistrative authority of the Pope is so much ingrained at the center. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's okay, Mayhem. But yeah, so I think a lot of that ends up becoming like that becomes ingrained. So they won't leave that because they both want that authority, right? They don't want to have their own thing, Whereas Protestants are kind of like, I always say this joke: we're okay living in the backyard of the house, being in a tent, like, oh well, we have our own little tent here, But they're not necessarily, wanting to not still stay in the house. But for me, I think a lot of it comes into structures of how we talk about things. And I just, to me, I see these two extremes of there is no authority, but we just have to trust authority for the sake of authority, because authority is right because it's authority. And I don't think that.
No, I can understand where you're coming from there. And I mean, really, what you're describing is very similar to the issue that was faced when they tried to establish the fundamentalist movement, where the idea is like, well, can we just get everybody to come together around the fundamentals, regardless of denomination? And then nobody could really come to any sort of accord on what the fundamentals actually were. It's the same thing. Like, if there actually were to be like something of like, oh, we're going to have the churches inform the government on policy. Well, you're going to have a dozen different denominations all having a different perspective on like what kind of prescription they would have that should be guiding the policy. And then it's going to be difficult to come to a consensus similarly on that respect as well.
All right. Okay, so we've got to go ahead and change topics because some people are not liking that it's becoming a debate. If you guys want to do a debate, we could set up a debate. So the next topic, what movie?
I just have discussions. So
yeah, what movie have you guys recently seen that you would recommend to everyone to watch?
Sorry.
Sorry, probably signal issues. What's a movie you have recently seen that you would recommend for everyone to watch?
Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
I was just gonna say that one too. My son loved that. We went to see that right around when it came out. I wanted to see Bike Riders, but it's already out of the theater near my house, so I'm gonna have to find it elsewhere. But it looked really good. I was bored last Saturday night. I went to see Maxine, thinking it was gonna be pretty bad, but it actually was a decent sit for 2 hours, or however long it was. If you've seen X and Pearl, somebody's probably gonna see Maxine just to finish the trilogy. So
Right.
It wasn't the worst like new attempt at some kind of horror that I've seen. Like I've went to see the last 2 Scream movies because my son's a fan of Scream, and we both were like, "What is this shit?" A lot of new
Teresa
horror.
got some old movies.
I'm gonna come out of left field and say Inside Out 2 had to be the last. This is what I do on my radio show, or my segment anyway. We talk movies and media, and that was the last good movie I saw. Actually, was Inside Out 2. For what they did to continue the flow from the first movie of studying this little girl and her emotions and what they're doing, and now she's a teenager, and new emotions come in to battle the original emotions, and the way it was structured, the animation, the writing, I loved all of it. Like, it's a really well put together movie. It's hit over $1 billion. It just got taken down. I don't know where it stands right now, but it did get taken down by Despicable Me 4, which was meh. Bike Riders, I tried watching that, and it was just such a generic story, and I couldn't believe any of these guys. I had the same problem with that movie that I had with what was that damn TV show? Sons of Anarchy. I had the same problems with that. It's like, you guys don't feel like bikers. I'm a biker, and I just wasn't feeling it. And the generic story of how these guy does thing, whatever, girl finds him, and it's like whatever was going on with that love story. But the problem basically I had with that movie was this bike gang club, whatever they want to call themselves, go from being just a normal group to trying to be 1%ers, and it's just like, clubs don't do that. You start off how you start off. You don't just become a criminal element. And they seem to not understand that with this movie. And it's like, oh, well, put Tom Hardy in it. Everybody loves Tom Hardy. And it's like, okay, fine. You should have put Tom Hardy in the Furiosa movie. But no, we got a stunt double instead. And yes. Inside Out 2.
Wow.
If anybody has still not seen Godzilla -1, they should. That was the last movie I saw that was absolutely phenomenal.
Which one?
Godzilla -1, the most recent.
Oh yeah, I went back and rewatched
out in December.
Yeah, that was really good.
Before Kong and Godzilla, the last American.
Right.
I went back and rewatched that, and yes, I did love like the dialogue. Of course, things get lost in translation. It can be a little kooky, corny, but everything else, the cinematography, the special effects, everything was great about that. with what the little budget they had. And it was definitely better than the monster universe they're making now between Godzilla and Kong. I agree with you on that.
I liked it for similar reasons that I liked Shin Godzilla back in 2019. But I would say, like, it's hilarious if you watch Shin Godzilla from the perspective of it is Godzilla versus the worst monster in the history of all monster movies. Slow, inefficient government bureaucracy. But where in that case, it's like you have in Shin Godzilla, it's like it's the people who are like against the system that are the pains in the ass of the system who are free thinking and solve the Godzilla problem. Similarly, in -1, it's basically a bunch of private people left to their own devices. The military's not able to help them, and they take responsibility for the situation to protect their own damn country and get rid of the problem. So it is a very good, like, self-reliant message in both of them in a lot of ways. Also, I would also recommend seeing the -1 color version where they put it in black and white, because that's also a fun watch.
No, I only really had one problem with -1, and that was when Godzilla would seem to be in the middle of the ocean and he's standing up. It's like, I can see your knees. What are you standing on? What the hell is that? I've heard a lot of people say that shit. It's like, what is he standing on?
Look, either he's like, maybe he's chicken.
He's not really standing. I think what it is his tail. Kind of like how an alligator
with the tail.
Oh, like, is that fucking long, or is he using it to wave it back and forth to keep him afloat?
Yeah, like how an alligator can jump out of the water and reach really high. They use their tail, and that's probably what. I'm just speculating, though. I don't know.
I mean, see that I would believe he's propelling himself with the tail. Like, you saw the scene where he swung the tail when he was on the rampage in that movie. That tail was probably as long as him.
Right.
Like, foot to head, at the very least. The thing they did in this one that was different, that they've never done before, that I really liked, was the way he charges up the atomic breath, and you actually see the spines, like, popping up higher out of his back, and then they slam down like it's an action figure.
Yeah, see, that kind of baffled me a little bit. It's like, okay, while you're taking this time to charge up, what if, boom, what you're going against puts a strike on you that can actually affect you? But I guess he did it that slowly because, wait, Godzilla, he or she, I think it's a she, right?
I think so.
Whatever.
I think in most Godzilla movies in Japan, Godzilla is always considered a he.
Oh.
There was the Matthew Broderick Godzilla movie. Godzilla was actually an it because it reproduced asexually.
Right.
Yeah. We're not going to bring up that movie. Let's not bring up that movie.
I had to. I saw it twice in theaters as a kid, just like Lost in Space.
But either way, I figure
that's another movie we won't bring up.
I figured the fucker was taking that long to charge up because Godzilla knew that. Oh well, they don't have anything that can stop me. Let me show them what else I got. And it was really a badass Chad fucking boss move. It's just like, oh
yeah,
watch this. It's like, what the fuck? And I think they've dumped most of the budget into that scene alone. But yeah, good movie.
Yeah, they didn't spend a lot on that movie compared to, like, they made money hand over fist compared to what it cost.
Non-binary Zilla. Yeah.
Rome has the best
it's gender fluid Zilla.
It's 2024. It can be Goddessilla if it wants.
How dare you assume my gender, Zilla?
Its pronouns as he, she, it.
I'm just saying they wouldn't have called the movie Son of Godzilla if they didn't. If the Japanese creators didn't consider Godzilla to be a male character of its species.
Yeah.
And also, King of the Monsters was always the superlative. So,
Yeah, King of the
Yeah,
Monsters.
that's
Yeah,
true.
okay.
That's
Yeah, you
true.
got that one. Yeah.
A movie I saw, because I don't see a lot of movies in theaters because I'm always on the road. But a movie I recently saw that I actually enjoyed. I thought it was going to be kind of stupid, but it's enjoyable. Was 1917. It did the what is it called? The one single shot.
Yep,
camera.
I saw that when it came out. I remember that well.
Yeah.
It was very well made the way they did it.
Oh yeah. And the storyline was great. I loved the storyline. It kind of brought me back to the days of when Saving Private Ryan kind of had the same concept a little bit, but less people.
Yeah, it was odd because 1917 wasn't a complete one shot because they kind of had that bit of an interruption near the end of it. But
right.
And it wasn't what I was expecting going in. Like, I knew nothing. I thought this was just going to be like a World War I movie with a lot of chaos. And then when the way they actually filmed it and the way they actually did the story, I'm like, okay, this is different. But then when you're watching it like in motion, it's very impressive the way they were able to coordinate all of that.
Yeah, and I would like to see more movies like that too. One take movies. They did a phenomenal job, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure. Because I remember there was that one scene in the first series of True Detective when they're going through all the apartment houses there, like halfway through the season. That whole scene was a one shot, like the last 10 minutes or so of that episode.
Yeah.
That's a hard one to pull off because it really needs to be meaningful. I think they tried a good times in it with the movie Beast with Idris Elba. He went out to Africa with his two daughters and fought a lion. There was a lot of one takes in that one, but I think a lot of that boils back to, of course, Goodfellas when he's taking the girl. Yeah, going into the club through the back entrance. What a great one shot. And people have just been trying to replicate that over the years. And some have hit, a lot have missed. But you see a lot more of it nowadays.
I think of the one shots that one of the best one shots, continuous one shots, was in Donnie Darko, and they're playing the Head Over Heels by Tears for Fears. That is one of the best scenes, I think, in the last 25, 30 years of movies. I have a tendency of thinking that scenes that usually use music or have music tend to be the best scenes. There's just something about combination. Like, to me, and I don't know, Grit, if you remember, if you ever saw this movie, but did you ever see the movie Night of the Hunter with Robert Mitchum?
No.
It's a great movie because he plays like this Jack Preacher type of guy. He's a con man. And he kind of like follows these kids around because they know where the money is that their dad stole from a bank. And, let's just, I don't think anyone else besides me, let's see here, is anyone else, let's make sure, do you have a problems, Buff, if I play a clip for your stream? Because I think you're restreaming as well.
Go for it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because this to me is one of the best scenes, I think.
Everybody on the internet has the rights to use my.
Right, and it's an older movie, so it's already probably in that. In this, but this is
also Buff. Thanks for reminding me how disappointed I was in Beast.
I was. I was.
I expected Jaws with a lion, and they somehow couldn't deliver that. Like, it was too difficult of an assignment.
The best lion movie has to be The Ghost in the Darkness.
Yes. I was just going to say that.
Yes, it is. And I was going to say that too.
And you know what's funny? When I started, because I used to be in I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan. If you couldn't tell by the map of Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth behind me, and all the books I have on Lord of the Rings. But Bernard Hill, the now late great Bernard Hill, who played Theoden in Lord of the Rings, he was in that as the doctor. And he's like, "This is my hospital," and I'm like, I made a meme. It kind of was like, Theoden, not Aragon is the king of this hospital. And then like I did that with the Titanic ship because he played the captain in Titanic. Theoden, not Aragon is the captain of this ship. but that whole movie is just such one of the best because it's just so. I love Val Kilmer movies, even though he's kind of a weird duck. He just is a great actor, and Michael Douglas, and and it's I love it. It's one of those movies that no matter what I'm doing, if I see it on TV, I'm going to watch it. And the music is amazing. But here's this scene. I think this is one of the best scenes in film, and it has to do with it doesn't have a music track, but there's two people singing. So this is from the Night of the Hunter. So let's go ahead and share this. And by the way, so it's Robert Mitchum, if you don't know who the guy is. And then there's an actress. Has anyone here seen Birth of a Nation?
Yes.
Silent film.
Yes.
Okay. So one of the greatest silent film actresses of all time is Lillian Gish. You guys know who that is? But she's in this as the older lady. So she's phenomenal in this as well. So here we go. Let me know if you can't hear it or not.
Come make a.
You can hear it?
I can hear it. Yeah, I hear it.
Okay, good. Okay, here we go. So he's outside. He's chased the kids to this house where this old lady lives. And here we go.
Safe and secure from all alarms. Leaning.
And she's got the shotgun because she knows this guy's out there. So she's protecting the kids. There's no man there, but she's taking up this position of, making sure that the kids are safe.
Leaning on the everlasting arms. What a fellowship, what a joy divine. Leaning on the everlasting arms. What a blessedness, what a peace is mine. Leaning on the everlasting arms.
Leaning on Jesus, leaning on Jesus, safe and secure from all alarms. Leaning on Jesus, leaning on Jesus, leaning on the everlasting arms.
Shame on you, Ruby. Mooning around the house after that mad dog of a man. Miss Flams. Ruby, go get the children out of bed and bring them down here.
So first, I love the fact that he is singing the song wrong, right? She is singing it correct because he's like lead, like he's got the fake thing going on, and she's like, no, lean on Jesus, lean on. I love that part. But you'll see here. So this is movie. There's a thing called surrealism and kind of like fantasy. So what happens is there are scenes that are filmed and shown a certain way to exhibit the greater issue that's going on. So, and you're going to see that used here in a second.
Women are such germ fools. It's a hard world for little things.
It's a hard work. So it shows he's out there hunting them. That's what he's trying to do. He's hunting for the kids. Then it shows the scene of the owl hunting the rabbit. And that's when she says something I think is true about the world, which is the life is hard for such a little thing. Like the world is against the little ones. But it's a beautiful scene because I have goosebumps on my arm every time I see that scene because it is so powerful. And it's just, I love that she is being secure in what is going on. She knows the danger that's outside. She knows like who this guy is and isn't. And it's just a great scene. But if you haven't seen that movie, I highly recommend it.
You notice how they were able to pull off that entire scene without her giving a lecture on how tough it is to be a woman?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, they can't. You can't do that nowadays. You have to have that scene.
And I think the other one that's probably for me up there is one of the best scenes is go figure actually, but is Casablanca. You all seen Casablanca?
Oh yeah.
And when they're in the cantina at Rick's place, and the Nazis start singing, and then all the French dissidents start singing the French national anthem, and for a minute, all those people who've been affected by the Nazis, with their voice, are pushing back. They're singing, and they're out singing the Nazis. They're like, you're not going to take our spirit, and it's powerful scene. I think music when it comes with scenes, there's something about it. I don't know what it is. Whether
my favorite part in Casablanca though is that I love how they throw in like some comedy in there too, and it's like terrible, shut it down. There's gambling everywhere. And they're like, here's your winning, sir. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, he's like, I'm shocked, Rick. I'm shocked to see that there's gambling in this. Here, you're winning, sir. Oh, thank you.
What the hell are you playing from my library?
I don't know.
He asked me for permission to play one of my clips. What the fuck was that?
And that wasn't your clip? I thought that was your clip.
I didn't make that movie.
No, I was asking permission to show it on the stream because you're restreaming, so I was trying to be mindful of it.
Oh yeah, because you're
do it.
Yeah.
Hey, John, I'm gonna head off, man. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I
appreciate you coming on and chatting with us.
Yeah,
it's always good talking with you, buddy.
Yeah, man. Obviously I'll be on tomorrow night. So,
are you going to be in Verbal Combat or whatever?
No, I do my own show on Friday night. I don't.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah, I don't. It's not. I don't have anything against Verbal Combat. To me, it's. I don't know. They keep
sometimes there's too many voices.
It gets
a little hard to follow.
The thing is that I don't particularly care to debate, but when I do debate, it's like brutal. As you may have noticed, I just tend to go for the throat right out of the gate and lead you into places you don't want to be led and things. And poor John has suffered this already, and I wasn't even trying. And so I really don't like it. I don't really like to debate that much. But
you don't like to give people the prescription strength setting right away.
Right? Yeah. I don't have an over-the-counter setting. That's a great one. I'm going to use that from now on.
Yeah. Well, before you go, if the mods could just
Amanda,
go ahead and put your channel
I don't know
link in there.
Nice to finally encounter you on a panel for a bit there, Grid.
I got it there, guys. I got it. Here's a link to his
Okay, you got it, John. All right. I would do it, but I'm driving. So.
Well, I spun out. Apparently. That was really weird. Let me give you my link here while I'm thinking about it.
All right.
An unreasonable
over-the-counter strength. I think my internet down for some reason.
Yeah, it looks like his internet's struggling.
Oh yeah, he got struck by the internet.
Oh,
you there?
Well, thank God it was him and not me.
Yeah.
I thought it was me.
Yeah. Very nice guy. I mean, obviously, I know what he was very direct in his debate, just like Andrew was. But I'm not fazed by it. I'm not fazed by people presenting an argument. What gripes my ass is when people make assumptions about people without evidence. That's what I don't like.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
then that's
and there were a lot of people that were saying,
there were
a lot of people saying, like, Mike, it's gonna be wild for me to adjust calling you Mike on the screen.
Right? Mike.
Before you know it, I'm gonna be calling you tomorrow or something, and he's like, so Mayhem, I don't.
John, it's Mike.
But as Mike knows, and I guess as he saw in some of the chats I had, because that one video of the debate, I got at least 1,000 views on that video, which is the best video I've had, But a lot of it, there's people that's like, "Oh, John's lazy," and if you think a certain thing about me, like there's a good way and a bad way. So there's a person that's on that Wally knows, and all I'll say, so Wally knows the reference is he's your arch nemesis, right?
I use that in jest for some people, in seriousness for others.
Okay.
Right.
But we're talking about the Irish vampire, right? Teriak.
My Irish brother in Christ. I'm debating Saturday. Okay.
Yeah. And
okay.
And anyway, so like he was like giving me some stuff about. He's like, "Yeah, man, I know you've got here's some things that have helped me or whatever." I'm like, "Well, thank you. Like, if you're going to give me stuff that's going to help me, or if you say, hey, ask questions like what," and he was like, "If you don't mind me asking, what's all these health issues that you have?" And I was like explaining to him all the health issues that I have. Good to hear, man. Like, and so I appreciate him taking, like, that's the way to do it. If you assume something about someone, and if you think that they need help on something, you should go to them in private and ask them or speak to something. Thanks, Grid One, for doing that. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go.
Make sure you guys subscribe.
So, but it's just one of those things where, for me,
the show tomorrow night.
What's that?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, the show tomorrow. Yeah. What time is that?
Little shameless plug there.
I'll type it in. Yeah.
I'll address that here in a second.
I typed it in the chat, but the show's. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
No. It was just responding to somebody's comment.
Yeah. So basically, that's Mayhem time, because we've adopted that Central Time is Mayhem time. So it's 8 p.m.
Yeah. The only time zone that matters, John. No.
So it starts at 8 p.m. Central, and then is it an open panel, or is it going to be like, do you have like some guests going on for that, Grid?
Tomorrow night, I was supposed to have a guest, but I haven't heard back from them. Mm-hmm. So we'll see what I can do tomorrow. I can find an emergency guest or something like that. And then, so my shows tend to be, I start off with a monologue, usually about 15, 20 minutes, something like that. Sometimes a half an hour. Then if I have a guest, I bring the guest on. We do probably 45 minutes to an hour. And then the back half of the show, I'm okay with doing a panel and just having a bunch of people up as a discussion. Sometimes I'll do a straight panel. I don't, unless I just can't get a decent guest tomorrow night, I'll do that would be the only way I would do a for some reason my thing.
Thanks, Amanda, for subbing to Grid there.
Good job. And
yeah, thank you.
Put your link in there too, man, because I know you're going to start going live too.
Yeah, even if it's accidentally.
Subbed up. Yeah, even if it's accidental.
How does that happen? Do you just trip into a stream? No, just joking.
He's like, "Oh no," and hit the live button. Like, oh.
So, John.
Yeah. So tomorrow night ought to be pretty good.
Well, that's good. We'll look for it.
Great. It was great to finally stumble onto a panel with you.
We've been on the panel a couple of times before.
We have? Maybe
I think I'm just lagging or something really bad. On a panel a couple of times before.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Maybe I came on right as you left or something.
That might have, maybe while we were probably hopping on and off maybe one of Glenn's panels once or something like that. We probably just missed each other.
Yeah, probably was. I think it that or on one of. I thought we were on over at Sarah the Raging Tomato.
I've never been on her panels.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't know that I've actually been on one of her panels. I was just invited up after Andrew's speech one night, so or his interview.
I've had people ask me here and there, like, "Oh, when are you and Grid going to be on a panel?" I'm like, it'd be boring because we don't disagree on a whole hell of a lot. That's like if people asked me, like, if I would debate Andrew, I'm like, on what?
Yeah,
we don't really disagree.
Right. So it's interesting, but when Andrew first came on, whatever, and I had just started doing my stream, Josie was like, Andrew had reached out to me, or I'd reached out to him about something. I forget what it was. And Josie was like, Andrew, you're going to be on with Andrew. And I'm like, okay, cool. It's like, oh, you got to prepare. And I'm like, for what? I'm not going to debate the guy. We don't disagree on really anything except maybe some stuff. And I don't debate I don't debate religion very often. I don't debate. I'll debate issues, but I won't debate actual religion. I'm not qualified to do so. I'm not a particularly smart person. So to debate theology, you have to be really damn smart. So, and know a lot of things, and I don't. So I just wouldn't, I'm like, what am I going to debate Andrew on, really? Like, nothing. Well, we could debate AK versus AR, but I would win, so who cares?
That would be a good one.
Frozen that whole time.
Yep.
I think there's something going on with my internet.
Yeah, we could.
I thought you were just sitting still.
Yeah, we could hear you, but your feed was a little bit frozen there. So.
Yeah, I feel like there's something going on with my internet. Did anybody catch?
No, we heard it. We heard it. Yeah, about the AK versus the AR and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
He dropped down again. Oh no, he's having an connection issue there. So.
Yeah, I see. I see the circle of death.
But so there's a couple of things I want to address before we move on. First of all, yeah, it's not easy debating Andrew. And I was going to say a little bit about this because I guess this is where you can say I'm going to cope. But I did have two different things because there's different ways of debating where you're dealing with, like, are we going to do like a policy debate? Are we going to do like a cross analysis of two competing different philosophies? Or are we going to debate Christian anarchism? And I was unclear about how far it was going to go. I was willing to let things kind of be the way they were for the sake of arranging for the debate. And it ended up being about a kind of more debating against anarchism, Christian anarchism or whatever. But so I had my notes for some of the policy issues, and my computer literally just like crashed on me. And the notes that I had for that debate planned was had gone down. But the other thing is, I think that's where it's difficult when someone is on top of their game like he is, but it was a great experience, and it's
Thomas wouldn't want to debate Andrew. He would destroy me. Yeah, Andrew's pretty terrible.
He's pretty brutal, and but I actually take it as a small victory that I didn't get so triggered that I rage quit on him. Because I know he's done that to some people where they just get so pissed at him. And I know what he's doing. He's advocating his position, and that's good on that stuff.
Which part? I
What do you
missed
mean?
it.
Say it again.
I missed it. I lagged out and apparently dropped off.
Oh yeah. Well, I had removed you because we had the little gear of death or whatever that refresh rate symbol.
Circle of death.
The circle of death.
The circle of death.
But,
yeah.
I was talking about because she was asking about mentioned about the destroying, and I said, yeah, it's not easy, and I said, I guess this is the part where I'm gonna have a little bit of a cope because one of the things I had a couple of different things going on, and I didn't want to back out of with the arrangement because I know that there's a lot of people that want to debate him, and I was like, okay, cool, this is going to happen, awesome. And so one of the things I had two different series of notes because I wasn't so much looking at making it into a policy debate, and now I know in the future if I ever do debate Andrew, it's going to be based in policy, and then it's going to be based in logic of assumptions made. And I thought I could at least do better because I was never going to be one of these people that was going to culturally advocate for libertarianism. So you would never get me on this thing of, well, not that can't be, or he always that famous word he always uses. He says ought, and it's funny because a lot of people, whenever he's debating them, he's not saying whether it can be or should be. He's saying it ought be this way, right? But all those things kind of just, so it was still a daunting task, but I've I think I appreciate that. Yeah. But I think we were on different levels of how we were tackling the issue, and I think going forward, if I was to do that again, it would be more in the policy than more of just trying to present an ethical reason for Christian anarchism. You know what I'm saying? That was what I was saying.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to be real.
Did we lose him, or is that me?
No, I heard him say he was going to be honest, and the internet said, "No, you're not."
Yeah.
Yeah. And the internet said no. Oh man.
No.
I'll take him down, and then let's see if he.
He comes back.
But yeah, so
speaking of clips, has anyone else seen the trailer drop this week for Gladiator 2?
I don't want to talk about it.
What?
That movie does not exist.
Want to talk about what?
The first movie also doesn't exist except for the first 10-15 minutes, and then the rest of it's shite. So let's just be honest. Sorry.
I gotta say, I watched the trailer. I didn't think it looked like shit.
It's gonna be shit.
The fact of whether or not Gladiator 2 needs to exist or should is a completely different discussion from the trailer.
Yeah.
Well,
but it has no need to exist.
That's a good point.
On that premise, I say the trailer makes it look way better than it has any right to be in that regard.
Right. Well, and here's the thing about Gladiator 2. Okay, so first of all, it's a sequel that no one's asked for.
Yep.
From a theatrical perspective, the story, everything is tied up. There's nothing that's like, I wonder what's going to happen to Lucius. I wonder,
Yeah.
But the other thing is this. So when I was young, at the time when Gladiator came out, because I think I had just graduated high school when Gladiator came out. That was before I knew anything about anything. And I realized that Ridley Scott, though he's a great visionary director, his historical pieces are shit. They're garbage, right? And you especially, Wally, and you, Mike, especially given your background as raised as Catholics, should be appalled at that man being able to try to make any kind of movie, because when he made the Robin Hood movie, that was such hot garbage. So I tell people, if you want to see an anti-Catholic take on Robin Hood, you watch the Ridley Scott Robin Hood. However, if you want to see a more accurate version of what that whole thing was about, you should see the movie Ironclad. Has anyone else here seen Ironclad?
I've heard of it.
Yes.
Phenomenal movie. Phenomenal movie.
Yep.
Anyways, you're back. Welcome back, Rid.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, just really quickly before I go, if you've never watched how Andrew prepares for a debate, you just don't. It's really hard to understand the level of preparation he goes to, even for just a one-off, just kind of really quick thing like what you had going on. He will watch your footage. He will listen to what you say, and he will understand your points of view as well as you do, and then he will formulate the arguments to beat you.
Right.
He literally treats it like high-level college debate or actual debate.
Yeah, I can tell that he does. Yeah.
And if you've ever just watched, like, hang out in the Crucible and watch his debate prep videos, it is nuts. And it's very difficult to beat him in a debate.
Well, yeah, and
to be honest with you,
he was rightfully instinctively about going with the tactic he did. But go ahead.
Yeah. You did do very well, and the more important thing is that you maintained a sense of humor about it, and you weren't taking yourself so seriously. You didn't rage quit. I mean, that's the last couple of guys I've actually tried to debate. One of them I could make rage quit in 2 sentences.
Yeah, well, and I know that he is dealing, and he is going to come with that curiosity, but it isn't a personal thing. It's he is so advocating the position that he is, and I love and respect that about the guy, because to me, what I don't like are people who say, well, I don't know if I really have a strong opinion one way or the other, and then like they get into a whole debate about why they have, or people who go, well, I don't know if I'd be that, adherent to something, but it's like, well, but then you clearly don't believe it, because if there's something that you hold and cherish and value, you ought to think that it is the best thing in the world, and you ought to preserve and protect it and promote it until you have a reason not to, given logic. So, anyways, I think he dropped down again.
So, speaking of clips. What is this clip of mine you keep talking about?
Hey,
who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to?
Talking to you,
John. You have my permission to play it. I'm still waiting. I'm on pins and needles here, wondering what the hell is he talking about.
I think you missed what I said. I said I was asking if it's okay if I play a clip from a video on YouTube, because you were restreaming with this on this. So it wasn't like I was going to play your clip or talk to you. Ask
me about one of mine. No,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, the way that you worded it, John, it sounded like you were going to play one of his.
Oh, okay.
Clips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe that's on maybe that's on me then, and so So I'm sorry if I confused you, Buff.
I ain't fucking monetized.
I just logged in to
give
say
a
good
shit.
night, guys. Good meeting you. Have a good night, and come on and watch the stream tomorrow night. It'll be good. I think we'll see.
Yeah, thanks again for coming.
Definitely.
Night, everybody.
Thank you for coming up. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We'll see you guys soon.
All right, man.
Have a good night.
Speaking of trailers, since I went through the Gladiator 2 trailer, who's seen the new Hellboy trailer?
Oh no!
Oh,
new one?
No, there's not a
no.
Hellboy,
don't say that.
No,
don't say that.
No.
Hellboy the Crooked Man, written by Mike Mignola.
Oh no!
Oh my
I
God!
haven't heard of that one yet.
No.
That remake
they just released the trailer for it, Buff, like 2 weeks ago.
that remake they did was shit as it was. I mean, first off,
at least this one, the creators involved in writing the script.
Yeah.
Like, at least Mike Mignola wrote at least part of it.
Yeah. But anyways, like I was saying though, the Gladiator movie, it doesn't need to be made. It didn't need to be. Second one didn't even be made. But the first one is full of so many inaccuracies, and so, like I said, like to me, where Ridley Scott, his best movies, hand down, are going to be Blade Runner, Alien, and probably the third one in that sphere would probably be. I would say probably would be
see ya, Osman.
The Martian or something like that. But I'll tell you what, his historical movies like Kingdom of Heaven is hot garbage. It's hot garbage.
The hell with that. This Gladiator 2, I just heard about it maybe 3-4 days ago. What you had said earlier about a sequel that nobody asked for. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a sequel nobody asked for. Gladiator itself was long enough. It was a great story. Damn the historical accuracies. I'm watching the movie. Whatever happens in that movie, that's what happens in its universe. So whatever. It's accurate to what
it's like watching
a documentary. Yeah, it's not a documentary. It's just a movie in itself. It's like, okay, fine. It was a great story. I don't need a sequel to that. And of course, they're bringing in what, Denzel Washington to be the emperor or what the fuck ever.
He's basically the new Proximo from the Gladiator.
No, you guys are getting it wrong. He's the new Denzel Washington, right? It's like Samuel L. Jackson. He's like, yo, I'm just going to talk the way that I am.
We've already had Denzel come in and play Macbeth.
Here's the thing.
I don't need him playing another predominantly casted white role, or how you say Anglo-Saxon, what the fuck ever, European descendant role.
Hey,
I don't need that. But we got to get. I think Denzel's really
here's the
riding
thing
out
is,
the end of
this
his
is
career.
set during a power-sharing reign of two emperors. So they're going to have to explain how they done fucked up at the end of Gladiator and didn't get rid of the imperial throne.
I think Denzel's riding out the end of his career, and he's just taking these damn roles and just like, hey, paycheck, get that money,
right.
Because he's uncancelable. You can't end Denzel. He's got too strong of a name. He is the man.
Because King Kong ain't got nothing on him, right, Buff?
Yeah,
he plays the same.
Ain't got shit on me.
Denzel plays the same damn character in pretty much every movie he's in. He just plays Denzel Washington. Will Smith does the same thing.
Yeah.
And you can't cancel them. They tried it with fucking Will Smith and they fucked around and made Bad Boys for Life. That movie was, I recommend that one. There's also another newer movie.
The new one's good.
That Bad Boys 4. Bad Boys 1, good movie. Okay, funny.
Bad Boys for Life. Is that what it's called?
That's a good redemption.
And then what's called Bad Boys 4 is Bad Boys.
It's Bad Boys Ride or Die. That's the fourth.
Yeah,
Bad Boys for Life was the third one.
So they could have done that
for Life is
right?
Yeah. No, I keep slipping. Bad Boys for Life is the third one, and I keep slipping up on that because they made they made a great movie mistake of calling the third one Bad Boys for Life. When you knew you were going to make a part 4, that's the perfect time to have the title of part 4 be Bad Boys for Life.
Ride or Die should have been number 3, and Bad Boys for Life should have been a number 4. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah, well, too bad it's Too Fast and Too Furious for that.
In Gladiator 2's defense, I'm going to defend Gladiator 2 for a minute.
Okay.
Ooh.
In Gladiator 2's defense, at least it's just a sequel nobody asked for. It's not something that people stopped asking for, but they kept pushing forward with it anyway, which is what's happening with that Crow reboot.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that either.
I saw that people were over that ever happening years ago. Then
I think Edward Furlong in the Crow movie killed it for me. You know what I'm saying?
When they announced Skarsgård there was going to play the Crow, people were like, "Oh, okay, maybe this actually has some hope now," because John Wick 4 had just come out and people really liked him in that. And then the trailer came out.
Yes.
And I sat there.
Not even the trailer, the conceptual, the set photos of his image as the Crow. It's like he looks like Jared Leto's Joker. He looks like a douchebag.
Yeah, and like he's having these like dream sequences where the paint is pouring out of him like he's Spawn or something.
He looks like a meth head that just came out of a PCP concert.
Yeah. And like then when I finally saw the trailer, it's like, well, that's that moment of, you think you got a great wrestling gimmick, and then the bell rang. So the bell rang and the trailer played, and I sat here and went, what the fuck is this?
Right?
And
he's a discount Joker with a day job. I mean,
look, the best thing about this Crow reboot happening at all is that they pushed it back 2 months. So instead, what they did at the end of June for the anniversary of the original was they put it back in theaters, and I got to go see it on a big screen for the first time.
Yeah.
The other thing that you're going to see come out of this, mark my words, is that for the first time in my life, I am going to no longer be alone in a very unpopular opinion. Because a lot of people are now going to start agreeing with me and go, you know what? In hindsight, the Crow City of Angels wasn't really all that bad.
That seems almost impossible. But you know what? I agree, because I didn't think they could do worse than The Last Jedi.
Look, the Crow reboot is at least going to be better than Crow 3 and 4.
But I do want to say this before I forget, because I'm back in chat, because this got highlighted and I wanted to be able to hit on this. So I do, I am not, I don't go on his panel anymore, and I'm not on his Discord server. That was a choice that I made based off of what felt like to me were, as much as I love being on there, because don't get me wrong, I like Josh. There's aspects of Josh I really like. I like Buff, and I mean, obviously, the big one that obviously I could go without would be Jalen. But I just felt like that was not something that was going to be beneficial for me in the long term, and it is what it is. I mean, it's. There's obviously some tension there, and but I wish him well. But I just I'm not going to go on there anymore. I know I'm welcome there, but I just it gets to a point where things get a certain way, and I think it comes from, it's great to have hot topics and have hot takes and to be able to debate certain things, but you got to have a way to moderate certain things, and I think you have to be able to do that. And I don't know if that's his strong suit. As
Josh's unofficial crowd favorite co-host, I am not his co-host, not at all. God damn it! I hate people keep calling me that. No,
so you're the token black guy there. Oh no, that's Jalen now.
Yeah. No.
That's a whole nother story.
So as the Danny Glover of
you were saying
Lethal Weapon production over there.
Jalen's a great guy, but I mean, shit, man. As far as I know, you're always welcome. Shit, Josh does a unconventional kind of show, man. But he locks into his points, and I like that about him, and I can actually have a conversation with him, and that's why I like chatting to him a lot. I came across into his panel by mistake. There's another guy from another channel from this whole other thing me and producer were a part of. A guy from that group sent me a link to Josh's Discord, and I'm just like, oh, I'll check this out. And I saw him on Discord. I joined his Discord and saw he was in the chat, and I was like, I just jumped in. I was like, hey man, what's up? And I just thought it was something going on there. And I find out like 40, maybe an hour later, he's like, oh yeah, this is on YouTube. I was like, what? And he was like, I'm streaming. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't know that. And that's when I met Freddie, the angry black guy. They called me the angry black guy. This dude is angry.
So that's the guy that keeps on trolling Josh. And I think when Josh was on another panel, he'd gotten in there.
Did he pop up on Verbal Combat?
He did. I think he did.
Yes.
I think he.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did.
I think we promptly got him out of there too.
He's the one that I think goes by the. Isn't Freddie the one that goes by the pimp tactical guy, whatever?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah. So he's a handful. I mean, he's a handful.
He is pro-black as hell. We'll talk about when he gets back in the corner and start talking about how much money he makes. And it's like, that has nothing to do with the point that we're talking about.
But are you talking like the sense, like just the I'm proud pro-black, or the I was Kang's pro-black?
Well, to me, I think it's actually more than that, because I think he was actually racist, the things he was saying about Christians and white Christians and yeah, the black bear. I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, I'm just like, no.
He calls me, he called me Josh's slave because I agreed with certain viewpoints that Josh had. Dude, I just agreed with him.
Gotcha. He's one of those.
He's mad I don't agree with his pro-black perspective. I was like, no, this is where you're wrong. He doesn't want to hear that shit. It's like, dude, we're just having a conversation.
Just on that alone, if you just said to me, Wally, he's one of those, I would have known what you were talking about.
The guy, he's out there, man. But whatever, to each your own. You have that perspective, and he's had to been muted and pushed off to the side. That's why we love Jalen. Jalen comes in with another, his perspective and, being black and gay and da-da-da-da. Jalen can be a handful, but Jalen's fucking great. I love Jalen to death.
I couldn't tell when I heard him the other morning.
I love him to death, man. Fuck. But Freddie was just too damn much. It was just like, would you stop and listen for a second to what's being said to you? He doesn't want to hear it. Not Jalen. Freddie is one of those headstrong motherfuckers that thinks he's right about everything because he's been told this by, the political party and leanings and the stances. And
he'll yell at you until you succumb to his point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's bad. I only brought that up, Amanda, and anyone there, that's because I wanted that to be kind of clarified, because I think there's probably some misunderstandings. Like I said, obviously, when trying to prepare for this debate that me and Josh have, I had some legitimate questions, and he basically said, I don't care, and I said, okay, fine, that's and I probably was being a bit reactionary when I blocked him on Discord and left the server. But to me,
a little reactionary, yeah. I mean,
but to me, I do believe in boundaries, and I do believe that that it's just one of those things of there's a respect that I think is important, and if you can, there's a lot of ways you can say I disagree. There's a lot of ways you can say, well, I don't care about that. Like there's ways you can say things, and I guess you want to call me a tone police, you want to call me a feminist, or whatever the hell the red pill manosphere fucking trolls want to think about me. I don't give a shit.
Hey, hold on.
I believe it's important.
Hold that thought, John. Hold that thought real quick. Okay. Thank you to Mark Miller for being a fucking awesome mod. That person that used a person's real name in our chat, you could go fuck yourself. Mark banned them from this channel. They doxed somebody in our chat. You could go fuck off.
I didn't see that. Who did that?
Damn, great job, Mark. Fuck.
I don't know who did that.
Yeah.
Maybe you can put me in private chat.
Mark sent me a screenshot of it. They used somebody's real name in the chat. And I'm gonna stand up for that person. And they made claims that were false. Don't fucking do that. Don't be a fucking troll. Be respectful.
Was that in your chat? I don't know if it was in my chat or if it was in your chat.
Yeah, it was in my. I think it was in my chat.
Okay.
Because the person that they used, their real name is in my chat. So.
Okay.
And
shout out to Mark. That's why he's my mod and.
Any mod see anybody being disrespectful to anybody up here, we ask you to come in here. You can disagree with the opinions and the positions of anybody, but you go calling people names and stuff like that. You can't show any respect to anybody up here. I give my mods permission to time them out 3 times. You time them out, ban them, get them the fuck out of here. We don't need that shit. This is a space where we're gonna come, hang out, have a good time, but don't be doing that shit. You're gonna piss me the fuck off.
I think you're pissed off already, my friend, and rightly so.
Yeah.
I'm detecting some consternation.
Yeah, there's a little bit there. There's a little bit there, Wally.
The last thing you want is an angry truck driver behind the wheel.
But I'm trying to remember what was I saying? I was saying, but I think I was trying to remember what I was trying to say.
I can't remember what you were talking about.
But I was talking about some of the trolls, and so I guess if people want to, if you think it's beta of me to be to put certain boundaries, and again, I'm not saying don't say hard shit at me. Like, come on. I mean, first of all, let it be original, let it be funny. Okay, if it's none of those things, then it really fails at its intended purpose of being trolling, right? Like, that's the whole point about trolling. It has to be obvious that you're trolling. When it's not, then whatever. But I do believe that if you're engaging in certain ideas or in certain communication, and you're trying to establish something, respecting another person that says, "Hey, this is my issue." Again, you can say it in a lot of different ways, and I think respect, just a little bit of respect, goes a long way in creating an environment that people can be in an environment. So. And so that's just how it is.
So
like I said, it's not an ill will.
Good.
Yeah. But there's no ill will there.
Timed.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but there's no ill will, and I just want it to be known because I know there's people that from his community that come in here, and I just don't. I want to be able to address the issue and say it openly and be. Matter of fact about it, but yeah, it's sometimes no matter how much you like somebody, if like sometimes there are people who just are oil and water. Sometimes there are people who just are, when they get in the same room, maybe it's not just oil and water. Maybe it's because they're so alike, and maybe that you could say that about someone like me and Josh, is that we're so alike in a lot of ways that it.
Well, I mean, it's not right. Like I stood up for my brother. John and I are good friends. I stood up for him in the chat, not in the chat, but in the comment section. Because look, if you guys disagree with a position, argue that position. As soon as they started calling John fat, lazy, without even fucking knowing anything about John, I know things about John. That I'm not going to share, but don't make any assumptions. Argue the points. If you're going to say his position is lazy, well, why was his position lazy? Why was it? Argue that point. Give me a position that got you to believe that, and making jokes about, his face and his looks and all that becomes personal. And as soon as you become personal, even in a debate, that's when you just lost the debate. You totally lost the debate. You lost the argument. You lost everything because you can't attack the position. You have to attack the person. Don't do that. Don't. Not cool.
Well, that's dime a dozen discourse everywhere you go.
Yeah, no, and there's nothing, and I knew there was going to be an aspect of that when I debated Andrew. There's going to be people in his community that he can't control, that are going to just, and again, I get it. They're like, hey, yeah, Big Daddy spanked your ass, and I'm like, yeah, you saying that from the comfort of your handle and being agreeing. It's like, not only did I debate Andrew, but I mean, when I'm on here, John Moseman, that's my name. That's my legitimate name. That's the name that the government gave me. That's my slave name. That's the incorporation that I am.
That's the name that you use when you pay your bills with your birth certificate.
Right. Yeah. That is the corporate entity that I'm trying to like parrot all these.
I'm not a person. I'm an individual.
Your name is not the representation as it is on your government issued ID. It's not in all caps. My name is spelled J capital O lowercase h lowercase n lowercase space. And
Have you seen the clip of that? I've seen a clip of a guy in like making a court appearance who actually tries giving that whole sovereign citizen argument to the judge, where he gets up because it's like one of those structured hearings where they're just calling up like a room full of guys for arraignment or whatever, and the guy gets up on like some kind of parking violation and he goes, "Sir, I am the agent and settler representing Mr. David Hall."
Yes.
And the judge goes, "Okay, can you get Mr. Hall for me then, please? Where is he?" And he goes, "I go by that name, Your Honor. My name sounds exactly like the defendant's, and I'm here to settle this matter for him today."
That judge trolled the hell out of his ass. Well, you left the agent for John Hall, entity, person, property, that he has to stay in jail until.
So you're the person. So you're the individual, but you're not the person. Correct. And may I make a correction on the record, sir? Go ahead, sir. Yes, I was traveling. You used the term driving, Your Honor, and I was traveling, sir.
That is a commercial exercise, and I am not exercising that commercial right. I am exercising.
That is definitely the position of a sovereign citizen.
Capacity as the agent and settler to that name. Okay, well, where is the person, David Hall? Exists on paper, sir. David Hall is a corporation.
I'm a person, and my name is Anakin.
The one I love, and it always gets me, is you'll see them in the courtroom, and they got the jumpsuit. They're in cuffs. I want to know what jurisdiction do you have over me? The one that has you in this courtroom in orange, and in handcuffs. You don't have
my own jurisdiction.
And I love how they go, I'm here on special assignment or whatever. It sounds like they're like a reporter or something. I'm here on special assignment.
Are they
or special appearance or whatever,
They're like a special agent.
See, my best friend actually went to law school, passed the bar, is a licensed attorney, and I show him these videos and he can't get any enjoyment out of them. He can only sit there and correct everything that's wrong with what they're saying because he can't help it.
Right, Bart? Those folks were raised by wolves.
Like the traffic stop. There's one where a traffic stop, and the guy is in the car is telling the cop he needs the cop needs to stand down and get in his supervisor out to the scene of the traffic stop.
One of the motherfuckers that asked the damn cop pulling him over for 3 forms of identification. It was like, I don't know who you are.
What?
You have no jurisdiction, but you pulled over for him. So if you didn't know who they were, why did you pull over? You recognize them as an authority. So in turn, they do have jurisdiction over you. You submitted to that just on your actions.
It's like, yeah. So like my buddy saw the supervisor clip and he just kind of put his hands over his face. And he was like, any officer, regardless of their rank, is considered the supervisor of a crime scene if they're the first person on the scene.
Yeah, that's true.
So he's like, unless the guy is directly telling the traffic cop, you need to get me the chief of police from your station out here.
That right there.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of them. They be like, I want your supervisor, and the supervisor gets out there, whether it's a sergeant or a corporal,
and then they're like, I want the lawyer.
They're telling them
lawyer.
this sergeant and corporal is telling them the exact same thing, so they're not buying into their crap. Well, I need your supervisor. It was like, no, I'm the supervisor. You asked for me.
Right.
Well, I need to talk to somebody higher than you.
I need
the
to
mayor,
talk to your lieutenant.
The mayor's not going to come out here.
You know, and it's so funny because they're so dishonest, and this is the reason. Because, and Mike can tell you a little bit about this because of what we've talked about. But so I got on YouTube because I was very ingrained in the 1A community, and that's actually how I met Steve Harloha, and because we were both in Denver Metro Audits streams, and I had a falling out with that guy because that guy, talk about someone that is just insane. He's literally insane. So I kind of got into this, and I kind of went out and did some 1A auditing in my town, and I realized if you're actually doing it the way that you were actually technically supposed to do it, most people don't give a shit if they've got a camera. It's when you get in someone's face, or like the guy Amagassett Press or whatever, Amagassett Press, he will like actually start filming right in front of a women's exercising gym or like a jewelry store. And then he's like, I don't know why you're here. Yeah, you do. You know why that there's this. And that's the thing that's dishonest about these people, because they're like, well, I don't know. What authority do you have that you pulled me over? Well, the authority that you knew that if you didn't pull over when they put the lights on, that you were most likely going to get shot, or that your car was going to be careening in the edge. You're acknowledging the authority and the threat of that authority. So let's just be honest. You may object to them using that authority on you and having that authority, and you may ask for justification for why they've given that authority, but don't say this dishonest bullcrap of what authority do you have? Because it's clear they have authority of force, and you respect that enough to pull over.
Exactly.
Yep.
Why'd you pull over to begin with? I'm scared for my life. You weren't scared when you pulled over. You weren't scared then. Oh, officer, I need a supervisor here. Why? I'm scared. Oh, why are you scared? Oh, because you have a gun. So you want another cop to show up with a gun?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and I get some of the people's position, but at the same time, like, don't argue with the fucking cop, because you're not gonna win the argument, really. Like, if it's a bullshit ticket, take the ticket, then go to court and fight it. You know, if it's an unlawful arrest, take the unlawful arrest and then lawsuit.
They always want to hold court on the side of the road.
Yeah.
They always want to bring up I got these papers I need you to in the fee schedule. The fee schedule has to be the biggest joke I've seen in all these damn videos. Well, every time I answer a question, it's going to cost you $10,000. For me to get out of the car, it's going to be $300,000. This is like, I've seen a couple cops. They're just like, send me the bill,
and they actually think that that's going to work. That's the insanity about it. They're actually going to think that they're going to collect that money.
Look, the important thing here is about being sovereign is that you're standing up for your rights, even if that means you're going to be doing that standing in a jail cell.
Right.
Which is more than likely where these people end up standing when they pull the shit.
Well, and that's why, even me who's kind of adopting more of an anarchist stand-up, to me, and that's what I'm saying about volunteerism, right? You have to make a choice about things. And at some point, you have to ask yourself,
oh shit, Zach's in the house.
Hey, Zach, how's it going, brother? Do you want to go home and deal with the fact that you don't like to pay an $80 fine? Or whatever, or that you or maybe even worse, that you lose your car or whatever, they tow it away and you have to pay a couple $100 for that? Or do you want to be in jail, brought up on charges, most likely have a bond or be put into a situation where now you go in and you are now guilty of a crime and you do the hell out because they don't want to go to jail. And they don't realize that actually being on a plea agreement is actually much tougher than being in jail in a lot of ways, because it demands that you can't do things like drink. It demands that you can't smoke. It demands that you can't be at a certain place at a certain time. Like it has more freedom, but in the same sense, like at least there's not that illusion of free. At least jail. Yeah. There's no illusion of freedom. It's the guy with the big stick is going to tell you what you're going to do, and you're going to listen to him.
Some cops do abuse their power, and like, one thing I think it's really cool is what Lackluster did alongside with somebody else, and they created Attorney Shield. So when you get pulled over, if you have that app, you're connected to an actual attorney. Like they might not be an attorney in your state or anything, but I think it's good because it's a video call. Like you can see the attorney, it's filming you and the cop interaction, and they're there to make sure that these cops do not overstep their bounds and get those lawsuits, because when they do overstep their bounds and there is a lawsuit, guess who pays for it? Not the cops, not the department, the taxpayers pay that. And
that's why I think what they should do would be, I think a good thing is if they were to come up with some type of like a version of malpractice insurance where cops, in order to be a cop, they have to pay into this program that covers the costs if there is a lawsuit. And always the thing about like when it comes to like qualified immunity and everything is that all these police chiefs and all these people on these police boards say, well, it's going to de-incentivize people from wanting to work, right? But here's the thing. They already, if you can't be bothered with making a small sacrifice in order to become a law enforcement agent, then maybe you shouldn't be a law enforcement agent. Because you're not just it's not just like you're working for somebody. You are also representing a jurisdiction. So
I didn't see you come in there. I'm sorry.
No, what they like to use is this fucking bullshit called qualified immunity, and it's such a non-existent thing. They do have repercussions. Cops do go to jail. Cops do go to prison. Cops do get persecuted for their wrongful actions. Now, between the corruption in departments, I can see what you're saying there. If every law enforcement agency had to pay into something like that, I get that. I could see that. But it's something that shouldn't need to be done when you got more occasions where cops are actually doing their job properly, as opposed to ones that are just corrupt. There's just more good cops than bad cops. And I don't care. Anybody can debate me on that one. Fucking, there's just are. Especially with this age of body-worn cameras.
Right.
And there's been corruption with that.
The problem usually becomes
they turn them off.
Here's, I think, that's the problem is when it comes to law enforcement. So there's a couple of different things. So one, when someone sues because of a police or law enforcement interaction, it's that person very rarely in those situations, a law enforcement agent that's guilty or supposedly guilty of the charge, rarely has to take responsibility, right? A lot of times they are like, maybe they'll quit before they're fired, and then they go down to another. I mean, and we're seeing it happen where cops are going through different police stations before they're finally caught. And that doesn't happen just with police. Like that happens with doctors. Like when doctors, like that, remember that Dr. Death guy where, again, there should be a system that is flagging people who are these abuses. But so one is we have to be able to say, okay, how do we get how do we get the right encounter? Because what we really want is not to go ultra left and say no police. What we want is good trained police officers who understand their role. And I think you're right. Most cops are good. I think there's a lot of good cops out there, but there's a shit ton of bad cops, and the systems that are allowing it for happening is so much more than it should be. And to me, I think the other big thing that is the issue is whenever there's a law enforcement investigation, they always investigate them. They always have an internal investigation. And I think there needs to be more of a panel of people and maybe you make it of people who are either retired cops who actually have experience with it, along with other people who are in the community who don't necessarily might have a bias. Because I don't have you seen that video where that guy goes to the cop and he's like, "Hey, I know you were reported the chief of police for choking that guy, right? But like, let's just be honest, he's not going to get charged, right? But you might get charged." That shit is so sickening, and that is the kind of stuff that needs to stop.
I think it's also the same thing with with truck driving. To become a truck driver, like most big companies, to be a trainer on a truck, you only need like 6 months. And I know it's not that. I know it's not that short with police officers, but to become an FTO, I think you have to have a total of 2 years, and that's including your rookie. And I don't think that a lot of these FTOs have enough experience on the streets and enough experience, dealing with, sovereign citizens that are going to be a little bit of an asshole to these cops, and then they get kind of like in their emotions, and you see it all the time in these camera videos where people are filming them, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna get out of the car right now," and it's like, well, under what? What am I being pulled over for? Like, you haven't said what I'm getting pulled over for. You're under arrest. Well, for what?
That's a courtesy.
Resisting.
No, it's
like, damn.
A lot of
departments. Some stories. I think there was this one I saw about a sovereign guy out in like the middle of nowhere in like Oregon or whatever. Just drives it constantly, no matter how many times they write him up and ticket him. He just drives around without a license plate on his car. Just refuses to do it. Mm-hmm. So, but the cops there in that town, like, they don't bother arresting him. What they do is they pull him over, they have the car towed, and then they drive him home. Because they said it's ultimately more inconvenient for him to have to constantly get the money to get his car out of impound. And it's more convenient for us to have a more judicious use of our time than to be writing up reports and booking him for this every month.
And that same guy will go on his damn site, his YouTube or Facebook, and make a video about how this his system works for him, how being that way works for him. He's like, "Oh, they let me go. They even drove me home."
It's because you're in a small town of like maybe 30 people.
Yeah, he doesn't mention the part to where, I got to constantly get my vehicle out of the tow yard. He doesn't mention that shit, how he's constantly getting racked up with fines. They don't want to do the paperwork.
Yeah, and that they're not going to entertain that in like a town of 5,000 people. Like, he lives in a town of like maybe 500 people at best in like his surrounding area.
Right.
Like, it's not a judicious use of their time to like be constantly booking him and sending him to like court. It's like, well, would rather just make money off of him being stupid if he's committed to being stupid.
Mark Miller, that's a courtesy. You do not have to tell the officer that you are carrying a firearm. If they do ask you if there's any weapons or anything in the car, that's when you say that. But initially, if they never ask, you don't have to tell them. When they pull you out to search you, and they are supposed to, now that's standard policy that's pretty much across the board, is before they search you got anything, needles, knives, guns, anything explosives that's going to poke you, that's when you say that shit. Or when you're getting out of the car, it's like, "Hey, I got my sidearm on me." You do not have to tell them at the traffic stop, initial contact. You do not have to say, "Oh yeah, I got a gun." You do not.
Yeah, it depends on the states. It depends on the states, though. If you get a concealed carry license, like I think in Arkansas, if you have one, you have to, you have to when you hand over your license, you have to hand over your, if you're carrying at that time, you hand over your concealed carry permit.
Here in Georgia,
but it depends state to state.
My concealed license is it's tied to my damn tag. So when they run my tag, they already know. Boom, they got all my information.
Right.
They know I got a concealed carry permit.
Right.
And boom, so they already know what to expect. It's
the thing that a lot of people don't always think about is that, honestly, in most cases, cops hate doing paperwork.
Yeah.
They hate them.
Yeah.
Their supervisors back at the station hate it because because all it takes is, I'm gonna write this person a citation for smoking a joint. Okay, well, that's probably an extra 2 hours of work for everyone involved.
Yeah. The only issue with that, though, is here's the thing. I do agree that cops probably don't want to arrest people. I don't think they go out of their way wanting to arrest people. I don't think they want to do all that paperwork, right? Like, that's why I love that movie Hot Fuzz, where they're like, what are we going to do now? What's the part of the job that's, and they got the pins and they do the...
It takes out the pin.
Yeah.
My favorite part.
But the thing is the problem is you get certain cops, and because they are law enforcement agents, they think therefore their opinion and they become big ego. They become like, well, here's the deal, okay. And then what happens is that they assert their own belief over the law, and that is a problem.
Yeah, and that can definitely happen.
And that's
I'll
where
take care of that in a
so
minute,
because of that, what ends up happening is when someone doesn't respond to that ego and say, well, yeah, you're right, I'm just going to listen to everything you say, like, then they get like, hey, man, what's your problem? I'm just trying to have a conversation. And I'm like, yeah, nah, not really. And that's why it's like, you have to be careful with officers because it is in their job description to lie. It is in their job description to be officer friendly and say, and I saw a video actually where the guy, this guy should give like a master class. And I don't know if it's because he's a Southerner and he's like in Florida or whatever, or not Florida, but Louisiana. And he's picking up on this guy he's a drug guy, right? But the way he goes about doing it and getting the information is so good. And like the guy should just do a master class on how to be officer friendly, because he was very effective in that. But the way he was engaging with the guy, he's like, well, I've been here in Shreveport or whatever, and I I'm telling you, it's really bad here. Your plates are from North Carolina, like, but but I think I've seen you around, like, and then he's just letting the guy talk. And that's the other thing too. There are times to Mark Miller's thing. Do not volunteer information to the cops unless they absolutely force you to give it. Force you to give it, because anything and everything. And that's what's funny when you see some of these people when they get in these court cases. I was watching another one where the guy was talking about another case where he's in jail, and the judge is like, please don't talk about your other case. He's like, well, why not? He said, because first of all, I don't have jurisdiction over it. But secondly, the prosecutors in that case can talk to the prosecutors in this one, and this can be used against you. Anything you say. And that's what's funny, because everyone's like, I got rights. It's like, of the one right you have in these situations, your right is to shut the hell up, and you don't exercise it.
Yeah. Just because they haven't read you the Miranda rights. Just because they haven't read you the Miranda rights, immediately, any police interaction, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you do or say can be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. Do you understand these rights?
The only time you have to answer a cop on that is if they say, do you have ID? And that's when you say, I do have ID. Can I ask why you want the ID? Do you have suspicion of me breaking? Because even though there's obviously like when you're driving, right? So it's like it's against the law to be operating a vehicle in almost every state, I think, without having your driver's license. So, so driving without your driver's license is an infraction that they can pull you over and have justification for anything else that they do. However, you just walking on the street, even in states where it's got the stop and frisk or where they still have to give you that. They still have to. You still have to. You know, and a lot of times what cops will do is they'll just say, "Yo, partner, yeah, that's okay. Can I just get your ID?" And they're going to ask about it. They're going to always ask you to do it to give that stuff up first, because that way they don't have to justify it in their report of why they're doing it. And that's why, if they say, you know, hey, I need you to, okay, I've got an issue here. I'm investigating. You are detained. I need to see your ID. Then you need to say,
just
okay,
because,
yes, here's my ID.
Just because I said the Miranda rights, just to clarify to everybody, just because I said the Miranda rights perfectly and flawlessly does not mean I've been arrested that many fucking times. Okay, just saying.
No, having your Miranda rights read to you does not mean I have arrested you. That means you are simply being detained, and I need to ask you questions that are pertaining to the investigation I'm conducting. You can take somebody straight to jail without ever reading them their damn Miranda rights. If I never ask you a question, I tell you the reason why you're under arrest, and that's
because it's always implied. It's always implied.
Right. Well, and here's the reason why the Miranda rights were expanded when they did, and the reason why they did it is because there was an idea that our Fifth Amendment right only was in the court procedure, and that's not true. It isn't true. If you say something to the police, that can be used against you in court, which is why they expanded Miranda into the arrest. So really the only time you actually have to by law, and I think they just did this with the Supreme Court, is when they tell you you're under arrest and I'm going to read you your Miranda rights, because at that point,
not true, Mark Miller.
When they put you under arrest, then whatever you do. But one of the problems we have is that people don't realize that even if they're not under arrest, but they're detained, what they say during that detainment can be used against them. And a lot of people don't realize that. And I think that's because a lot of people, especially if you're of a certain age, we grew up with this idea of we listen and respect cops, right? And we if they say, hey, I need you to, and we don't think about until we have that abuse thrown in our face, we don't actually see how that is used against us and why that's used against us and justifications.
John and Mark know. John and Mark know the story that happened to me. I had a county cop, county deputy. Thought he was big and bad. He was pulling up. I was throwing trash in my church dumpster. You know, he pulls up. He has a rider with him. The guy never identified himself, but he was wearing plain clothes, carrying a gun with him. And I hope he was a cop too. And they're like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Throwing away the trash from my church dumpster." And they're like, "Oh, you can't do that. That's against the law." And I said, "Okay, well, what law?" "Oh, theft of services." And I said, "Well, you have to prove that I'm not I don't attend this church. And second of all, it's a public dumpster on public property. It's not marked. It's not behind anything, you know." And as soon as that guy in the passenger seat that was in plain clothes said, "Do you have your ID?" I said, "I don't need to show you my ID. I'm not committing a crime." They both got out like, "Oh, you don't have to escalate this." I said, "I'm not escalating this. You guys are. You guys are the ones that jumped out and came at me."
Yeah,
you know?
And that's not true, Mark. If you can actually be put in jail without being Mirandized and without being formally arrested. It's considered under.
I think they
arrested my ass, didn't read me my rights, and put me right in jail because they didn't question me.
They changed that.
Investigation.
It used to be that they had to read you your rights, and you got off you got off on a technicality because you got arrested, but they didn't read you your rights on the way to the jail, you know. And then judge was like, case dismissed, and they got rid of that. Like, I don't know, was it in 2000?
Well, a lot of it has to
something
do
like that.
Well, they've redone Miranda a couple of different ways, and in this last Supreme Court, they just said, "Look, you cannot sue if you've not been Mirandized," because they were trying to sue people on whether or not, or sue police officers and law enforcement agencies if they had not been Mirandized. The problem with that is that you do not have to be Mirandized in order to go to jail. You do not have to be Mirandized in order to appear before a magistrate or a judge, or be thrown in the drunk tank or whatever. Where the rights of Miranda come into play is when you are being asked information that's part of an investigation. And that's what Buff was just saying. Like, for example, they bring you in and they ask you questions, right? You don't know why they're asking you these questions, right? They'll say, well, hey, I'm just trying to get some information, just try to shore up everything. And the cops will always go soft on it at first because there's a tactic that's beneficial, which is they're trying for you to assert something that they can catch you in a lie in, right? If you're going to be lying to them. But the other thing is it's a way for them to, because again, they'll tell you many times, like, hey, people will say, well, do I need to talk to a lawyer? And that's the stupidest question you can ever ask a cop, because the cop will lie to you. No, I don't know why you don't need to, do you want to? That's why when you say, hey, I would like to talk to my lawyer, don't say it in that regard. You say, I am going to exercise my right, my Fifth Amendment right, and I am going to, and I wish to see my counsel. I wish to see a lawyer, because that's, but a lot of times it comes to how that information is given, because if that information then is brought into a formal charge and they haven't told someone about that being the basis of the formal charge or part of the reason and part of the evidence in the stipulations, then that's the problem, because you didn't know that you incriminated yourself. Yeah. And so really it has nothing to do with procedures on how police officers have to act. It's more about judges and courts making sure that when jurors, when and I think this is where the real issue is when these district attorneys bring these charges. This
is cute, Michael. I just asked Brandon. He said he has to Mirandarize before he makes an arrest. Okay, who the hell is Brandon? Number one. Number two, that might be a department policy, but legally through the courts, Supreme Courts, even state Supreme Court, you do not have to Mirandarize anybody. That's just a fact. That could be a department policy. That's something they do to cover their ass. That's just something
that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to do that to cover their ass because they don't want to get sued or they don't want to. But really, the Miranda rights only extend to information that is used in a court of law proceeding. So you don't have to be Mirandized. That's why I always tell people, look, whenever you encounter cops, unless they're asking you like, hey, were you here just a couple of minutes ago? Because someone said they saw you here, or you're a witness to something. That's why, I'll be honest with you, if you see a crime, don't call the cops a lot of times, because then if you don't want to be involved in the investigation, you're going to be involved. They're going to, it's like, and it's sad because cops will run people's freaking information just for giving them an eyewitness testimony, which I think that's a problem, and we need to curb that.
Some will.
I mean, it's easier. It's easier to just say when there's a knock on your door, go, I have nothing to say to you, and close the door.
or you do what I do, is you put a sign on your door and you say, we do not open the door for anybody unless we have we've already engaged in or we already have an arrangement to meet. Law enforcement, I will not answer the door unless you can adequately provide proof of exigent circumstances, because a lot of times what happens is people will open the door, and as soon as they open the door, the police can walk in and they'll put their foot in the middle of the door.
No, false. They can
no. I've seen videos of cops doing it.
You've seen videos.
They can't do it, but they do it.
They can't do it. They can't do it, but they do it. And not only that, but I've also known of personal stories of people of when the kid answered.
You gotta have RAS. You gotta have RAS or probable cause to enter somebody's threshold.
I know that's the legal.
I come to the door thinking I'm looking for somebody. I have no evidence to prove that they are there. I cannot walk into that damn house unless I have absolute definite proof that I know that person is in there.
Good to see you, David. It's been a long time, brother. It's good to see you.
It's hard to do that shit without a warrant.
Thanks for stopping by.
Warrants
What's up, David?
Well, and that's why they will use the exigent circumstance as a
RAS. That's all that is. Reasonable, articulable suspicion.
No, not just not articulable reason.
Probable cause.
I'm talking about
no.
Exigent circumstances bypasses an articulable.
Never had to use that.
Well, I'm telling you, I've seen videos of cops using that as a justification for coming into someone's house.
Well, yeah.
Now, usually they'll say, "Can I talk to so-and-so because this person called the cops?" Right? Usually, in order for that to happen, they have to have a call of service at that place.
Well, that's a whole different case. See, you didn't mention that. If somebody calls the cops from that domicile, that's considered damn near domestic dispute. And yeah, they can enter then.
If they believe there's an exigent circumstance,
party on the other side, how they're acting, if they become resilient, it's like, we're coming in. Yeah, they absolutely can. Yeah. It's fucking.
But on the same token, with the same thing with like reasonable, articulable suspicion for the exigent circumstances,
100%. They'll make up a reason.
That has to be clear cut. Exigent circumstances. Right. You know, they can't we came to the house because like if the call came from the house and that nobody answers, okay, you have some circumstances because the caller from the house said, hey, my husband is beating the fuck out of me, right? But if it's a phone call from a neighbor, right? And they go to the house that, okay, there's a domestic dispute and they don't hear anybody, that's kind of a gray area. They can't just go, we're here. We don't hear anybody. So they must be dead. We're going to kick in the door. There's so much like,
no,
you have to be very careful as a cop.
What you're supposed to do procedure-wise in a situation like that, you're supposed to, through dispatch, you're supposed to call the damn number back that called for the dispute, and the officers get there and they don't hear anything. It was just like, we don't even know if anybody's here or not. Yeah, they can use that as, let's kick the door in. They can, and they can use that as an excuse.
But here's the other thing too. I've actually known people who actually. Where the kid had answered the door. They were there for his older brother who was an adult. He was a minor, and the cops asked him to step outside, which is another thing you should never do. If the cops ask you to step outside, do not fucking do it.
Nope. Stay in the house.
Stay in the house. And so he stepped out, and they actually kidnapped him. They put him in cuffs and put him in the back of the cop car and said, "Hey, to the brother, if you're not going to come out and let us arrest you." Then we're gonna. Now, here's the thing: if they had a search warrant, they don't have to worry about that. But to me, what had happened was that somebody had given them a report of something. They wanted to talk to him, and then they were most likely going to try to make an arrest out of it. But instead, because they didn't have that legal jurisdiction or justification for it, they kidnapped the guy's brother.
Yeah. Did you see the video? Did you see the video of the veteran that I guess somebody else called like the suicide hotline or something like that, and the suicide hotline called the police to go out there. The guy answered the door, right? And they're like, "Hey, we had a call on you. And we're just checking on you." And he's like, "Oh no, I'm fine," And they barged right into his house or apartment because he was in an apartment, and they searched the whole house, and then they put him in handcuffs, and because he was being combative, telling them, "Get the fuck out of my house! I didn't call you guys. I don't need you guys. I'm okay." "Well, we're here for your health and safety, sir." Blah blah blah. "Oh, look at him. He's being combative." He didn't lay a hand on him or anything. They threw him down. They arrested him, and they pretty much kidnapped him.
That's the problem with red flag laws.
Yeah.
Shit, that right there. But yeah, it does.
But I will say this to Matthew. I think sheriff's officers are much better, and sheriff departments are much better at having conversations with and having an understanding. But this is why I don't live in a city, because the sheriff's officers tend to be more law-abiding in the way they law enforce, and so and that's why, if you think about police, the word actually means to enforce policy. I mean, that's what it is. They're enforcing city policy, not law. So I always recommend, if you have the ability to live out in the country, but I'll never understand these people who go out and go, "Yep, I live in this very restricted city where I got my gun rights restricted. I live in this city and I got all these restrictions on what kind of music I can play at what time. But God bless America. It's 4th of July. Let's do all this." And then they live in a freaking HOA as well. It's like where they can't have their lawn more than like over. How the hell can you fucking celebrate freedom when you live in an area, in a city, in an HOA neighborhood that enforces bullshit like that? I don't understand it.
Fuck HOAs. Fuck HOAs. Don't ever live in
an
HOA.
I prefer to live in the country, and that's why I love living in the country.
And the bad thing about HOAs, like, you can find a very beautiful neighborhood, right? And you can move in and whatever, and you do research on it, and there's no HOA, right? All of a sudden, you weren't even invited to this meeting, and they're like, "Hey, let's start an HOA. I'm Karen, and I'm gonna be the president of the HOA." And now all of a sudden, you have a woman knocking at your door saying, "Your grass is too high. You can't park your truck there. You can't wash your truck in the driveway. You can't do this. You do." Fuck off, bitch. And it's crazy. I don't see how anybody could.
I live under an HOA. Thankfully enough, they're pretty laid back. The only issue I got with this place is, like, the whole neighborhood, all the garages are on the side of the house. You can't pull in your driveway and pull straight into the garage. You got to pull in and curve off. Every house is built like that. And I was like, that's weird. I can work on my vehicle on my driveway. The one thing they really complain about that
I disagree with that, Leroy,
is that they don't want you to park your shit in the backyard for more than like 3 days. But I mean, they're kind of laid back. But yes, I've seen those anal HOAs. I will never. I'm getting out of here. I'm never gonna live.
What's that, Wally?
Buff, the great ANCAP dream is that everything would be replaced by HOAs, basically.
That's actually pretty funny, Wally. I like that. That was pretty good.
That's life in Ancapistan. All towns, states, municipalities will be replaced by HOAs.
Do you know what drives me nuts about ANCAP?
They'll have rights enforcement agents, which are just cops with extra steps involved.
Right. You know what drives me nuts about ANCAPs, Wally, is I've heard people, and I don't know if it was like on one of the verbal combats or if it was like on I know it was somewhere, like I think it was on Speakeasy's channel, but there was talk about like why you could, and I think there's that guy that's the other anarchist on there, that guy Grease or whatever his name is, or Greasy or whatever, and he was like talking about like we can have like private security.
Oh, Greasy is I don't think he's welcome on Easy's panels anymore after
after that whole thing, he after what he did, that was kind of but he had said something like,
I was watching. I forget if it was you or Bumpkin who was there for that when that
I was on that with him.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think we'll be seeing Greasy there again.
No, not after the shit that
I wanted to like square up with them over ANCAP shit because I wanted to wreck them all.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but here's the thing that ANCAPs that drives me nuts is they'll go, well, we don't need a police force. We'll just have a private security force. And I think you're more likely to have rights abused by a private security force than you would a law enforcement agency. Like, have you ever seen like these rent-a-cop type of guys at Walgreens that like, you know that these people really just they like to like cosplay as cops, right? Because they got like all of like the SWAT gear. You're like, you're a security guard, but they're like, yeah, I'm a security guard for the parking lot, and that's why I need an AR-15. And I got my guns and my gear and my night vision and all that shit.
Right.
And it's like, those are the guys who want to be cops, and the cop said, no. Even we think you're probably too problematic. So we don't want those guys.
Well, you see, the problem I have with the whole ANCAP concept is when you actually take a solid look at it, ANCAP country doesn't work. You need ANCAP world, or the system doesn't work. As soon as one rogue actor decides to wipe their ass with the non-aggression principle and aggress on people with a standing military, the whole system breaks down.
Right. Yeah.
You literally cannot have the ANCAPistan system unless everybody 100% opts in.
Right. And that's why when I talk about anarchism, and I talk about it in the sense of Christian anarchism, that's why I'm not advocating for any type of system to be anarchical. What I'm asking for is how we speak about it, or how we address issues and deal with it from a bottom up. And maybe the word I should use is, more of a distributist philosophy. But distributism is more of an economic philosophy than a political ideology. But even then, I'm going to be confused as a communist if I say distribution, because every time you say I agree with distributism, people go, oh, you're a communist? Like, no.
There are people who think you can somehow achieve anarcho-communism, and it's even less coherent than.
I know.
In fact, as far as any political prescriptive philosophy, I would say the one or two people I've ever seen try to advocate for ANCOM is the most incoherent bullshit I've ever heard in my life. It's less coherent than regular communism, and regular communism is not very coherent.
Well, and that's where too it's interesting because someone else's panel they were talking about this issue, and someone was asking about or maybe it was on Twitter I saw or something where someone was misunderstanding. They're like, why do I have to know this when I'm talking about Marxists? And it's because, as bad as Marxism is, a lot of people think that communism is pure Marxism. It's not. Communism is when you mix Leninism with Marxism. It is a militant version of that, and it is a more fascistic way of accomplishing that economic system. So that's what drives me nuts about people, because a lot of times when they're trying to explain these things, and they're trying to say, well, that person's a commie or whatever, and they mean Marxist, or they're trying to say this person's a Marxist, but they're really a Leninist. Like that's where that nuance matters, but it's insane because communism, the way it is in most countries, requires you to have authoritarianism, and you cannot be an anarchist and appear and believe in a system that is best implemented by authoritarianism. It just doesn't make sense at all to me.
Nothing makes sense to me, man.
That's why I said it's like I've argued this with a few different ANCAP people, and I'm like, that's why I go back to, well, it's like, why, like, what about this system works if you don't have 100% adoption of it?
Mm-hmm.
Because the U.S. isn't enough. If just the U.S. went ANCAP, everybody is going to suddenly aggress against the U.S. because we won't have.
Right. Well, it's kind of like, I'm trying to think. I think, Wally, you're around my age, right? I think you're in around our age.
38.
So you're a little bit younger, but I think the rest of us here are over 40. I think I'm the oldest, and then it goes Mike, and then I think it goes, or maybe no, it goes Buff, and then it goes Mike, and then by you. But so I remember because I was in college when Ralph Nader ran for president back in 2000.
Yeah, I remember Nader.
And I remember because my speech and debate coach was a huge Green Party guy, and he loved Nader. And I used to like talk about puns. Wally, you'll love this. I actually made a T-shirt. I had a friend that had a T-shirt shop, and I had him make this shirt for me. And it was little. It had his face in the Darth Vader helmet, and it said Darth Nader. And the guy is like, "Why are you calling him Darth Nader?" I said, "Because the guy scares me." And the guy goes, "Why?" I said, "Because he wants to give up our nuclear armament on the say of, well, if we do it, you'll do it too,
just
right?
Trust me, bro.
Just trust us. We're gonna just trust. We're gonna just trust that, if we just give up, if we just take down, if we lower our guns, you'll lower your guns too, right?" I'm like, that is one of the most scariest things for a politician and a commander-in-chief person that's running for that position.
That's what people don't understand is that, like, I get that for some people, like, the whole nuclear thing is complicated, but it's like mutually assured self-destruction works when your enemy isn't suicidal.
Yeah.
So it was effective as a Cold War policy, whether or not people want to admit it. It was a deterrent because Russia was not the Soviet Union was not in any hurry to blow themselves up.
No, Matthew. I didn't advocate for Nader. I was mocking Nader because of his position on it. That's why I called him Darth Nader, and I had a T-shirt.
Oh,
by the way, happy birthday! You just turned 33, so
belated.
Yeah. So it looks like we're born in the same
ago.
year there, Matthew. So because that's good. Another 81er. Let's go 81.
80 babies. 80 babies.
Have you heard of the story of Darth Nader the Wise?
Some say he was insane. Some people like Howard Kucinich even said it. Which, by the way, he is one of the few principled Democrats I actually like, because I don't necessarily like all of his ideas.
I remember Dennis Kucinich. I remember like the 5 minutes he had any kind of attention.
Yeah. I graduated in 81, you youngin.
It's
Mark.
funny because actually, and a lot of people were pointing this out because of so much that was coming up economically like when Trump was campaigning back in 2016. And people were pointing out that, like, yeah, now, like 30 years later, plus, if you look in hindsight, Ross Perot was right about a lot of things back in the early 90s.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, do you think Wally would like Doom and Gloom?
Oh, God. Please do not expose Wally to Doom and Gloom. Wally, run away!
Because Mark Miller's here, and I'm surprised Mark Miller hasn't asked about Doom and Gloom.
Mark Miller has not asked for Doom and Gloom yet.
Oh boy!
It's his favorite old man song.
What's funny is I remember back when people were wondering, like, how the hell did Trump even come out of anywhere and have a chance in hell? And I said, well, it's been about 100 years, but Trump is basically like, this was the modern equivalent of how Warren Harding got elected president in 1920. Because Harding's election was a reaction to Woodrow Wilson being the most progressive president of all time up to that point. And he was similar to what Trump was doing after Obama. They were just both advocating for the return to normalcy kind of spin on the campaign.
Right.
What exactly is the fucking normacy, though?
Well, back in 1920, we were coming out of World War I, and Wilson had tried to establish the League of Nations and had been doing all this progressive stuff domestically. And Harding was kind of like, let's just walk this all back. What do we say?
Right.
And people
Speaking of Obama,
opted in. And
speaking of Obama in videos, I have to think. So to me, when I think about Obama, I think about Doom and Gloom. I do think about that, but I also think Obama's mama was a hustler.
Oh,
Obama's mama.
mama.
My mama told me, and her mama told her that the black girls go around them white boys. They don't know what one thing. But my mama told me, and I trust my mama. That Obama's
Amanda,
mama
cool.
was a hussy and a floozy. Obama's mama.
When in June, Amanda? Because mine was June 8th. I turned 40. I know I don't look it, but
Obama was a jive turkey.
Yeah, people look. I tell people nobody ever believes I got a 15-year-old. They're like, you don't look 38.
yeah, no, like, man, when I came home from graduating basic and AIT, the guy that owned a shop right next to my parents' business, I came back and he's like, "Hey, where you been this whole time?" I said, "I just got out of AIT and basic." And he's like, "What? You're old enough to join the military? I thought you were like 12." I was like, "No, I'm 18."
It's like if I took all this off, I'd probably go back to looking like I was in my late 20s. Probably take 10 years off my face.
Yeah.
But then again, if I took the beard off and I took the hair off, I'd also be the best Kingpin impersonator there ever was.
A Kevin Owens impersonator.
See, I'll take that. Kevin Owens was one of my buddy's favorite wrestlers.
Shut up, Eric. Nobody asked you. Say that shit again. I'll have you banned. No, I'm just kidding.
34, my ass. You don't look 34.
Worse than the riots.
Yeah.
South Central Los Angeles after they acquitted.
Oh, here he comes.
The cops that beat up Rodney King. You think that and that was black people rioting. You haven't seen anything. And I'm not advocating killing and murder and stealing and robbing. That's not what I'm advocating. I'm just telling you what people are going to do. People are sick of this. People are tired of the long-legged Mac Daddy, kicking them in the face every time he gets up, lying to them. Then you got a bunch of, suck-ups like the MSNBC News, ABC News, and all these media types, and everybody who's looking to be popular, get invited to the White House, sucking up to him all the time. It's sickening.
Sucking up to him.
Sickening to watch this. You can get these white folk all riled up here. I'm going to tell you something. They're going to come in, the white folk get riled up, they're going to, members of the NRA going to come into the black neighborhoods. I'm telling you. The people get tired of this.
Pause. Fucking pause. Just clearly saying the NRA is an all-white organization. That's God. Like this. I swear.
Yeah. Coleon Ward is a spokesperson, or was. I don't know if he still is, but he is a spokesperson for NRA.
No, finish that clip. No.
Yeah. Come on. I want to hear Obama's mama.
Obama's
mama was a slave. That's it.
I can't
even. Kevin Owens buff. Have you seen Kevin Owens' kid? His oldest, his 16-year-old is like 6'5". They have a picture of him visiting the performance center. Towers over the old man, like a good amount. Like his son is like, I think they said he's like 16 and 6'4". Something like that. Like they're actually gonna, like, Kevin's trying to get him, like trying to get it to like let him get trained early, like before he's 18, I guess.
Oh God, he is.
Which is funny because if they actually bill him as like under, like with Kevin Owens, like his ring name in WWE would be Owen Owens.
This is the only thing I can find. This is the only thing I can find. YouTube has done a lot to like completely destroy this guy online. Hold on, I got some ads playing. So here we go. So I can't find the original of when he did this because, like I said, YouTube and everybody in the Democrats have probably all tried to like cancel this guy from existence. But this is kind of funny because it's a remix of that. So here we go.
Remix of that? Oh, here it is. Yeah.
Was trash. I mean, she was dirt. She was a bag of trash sitting on the sidewalk, waiting there in Honolulu on one of those streets for the garbage truck to come by and pick her up and take her to the dump. Listen, post this up. Now, we got to post this up. Got to get this up. Got to get this out. My mama told me, and I trust my mama, and her mama told her, and she trusts her mama, and I trust both of them. But my mama told me back in the 50s and the 60s, the only kind of white woman that would take up with a black man back in the 50s and the 60s was a trashy white woman. The only kind of white woman that would take up with a black man in the 50s and the 60s was a sloozy, was a floozy, was a low-life snail-eating white woman. That's the kind of woman that Obama's mama was. And that's what my mama told me. And if you don't like it, go tell Obama's mama. Let's talk about that trash that hatched Obama. Talk about that trash. Let's get down and dirty. If you want to get down, talk about that trash that hatched Obama. Talk about that trash. Let's get down and dirty. If you want to get down and dirty, come on. When she got knocked up by that African over there in Kenya, Obama's mama was trash. I mean, she was dirt. She got
Obama's mama.
Up by that African over there in Kenya, Obama's mama was trash.
Obama's mama.
She got knocked up by that African over there in Kenya, Obama's mama was trash.
Obama's mama.
Talk about that trash that hatched Obama.
Did you like me adding that to it, John? Obama's mama. You better screen record that video. Hey, that's gonna be like our you gotta screen record that, and then we'll put that as like our break song or something.
What do you think about that, Wally?
That is epic.
Obama's mama. Did you hear me added that to it, John?
I did.
Did you hear me added that to it?
You know, if that was actually part, if someone told me that was just actually part of the video, I would have felt justified believing it.
Yeah.
No, man. You know, another one I missed too. Like, remember what was it? That one interview where the lady's like, the building is on fire.
Yeah. Do you remember when the Do you remember when the Westboro Baptist did their version of Michael Jackson's "Bad"?
I never saw that.
You know who the Westboro Baptist Church is, right? Like in Kansas.
Yeah.
But
By the way, fuck them. But whatever. Fuck them little.
And it is one
bastards.
of the most cringiest things. I don't know. I'm sure.
Mainly, I say fuck them. I say fuck them because how are you going to go to a veteran's funeral that died serving this country? I don't care what political views you have or how you feel about the military, but don't go picketing outside of funeral saying, you know, the shit that they say. Oh, your son deserved to die because he's fucking gay. Fuck you.
Yeah, I as I suspected, it's really hard to find that video.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really terrible. They're like, because you know you're bad, you bad, you know it.
Yeah, have you heard some of the songs that they actually sang? Like they took old gospel songs and rewrote them. You know,
I'm not.
Have you heard some of those? Yeah, like it's terrible. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Again,
oh my gosh.
By and large, like 95% of Christians don't know how to make good music.
Right.
In the wise words of Hank Hill that I'll never not quote, Christians don't make Christianity better, they make rock and roll worse.
Yeah.
You know, Bobby.
Christians don't make the only Christian band that never made rock and roll worse and actually made heavy metal better was Stryper.
Dude, I was in a band where we in high school we did what we call goodsy versions. We would take popular songs like "Freak on a Leash" or
so it was like Kids Bop,
Korn's "Beautiful Disaster."
Bop, right? Yeah.
I would take it and I'd rewrite the lyrics to include more like, more of a Christian kind of godly thing. And we did gigs at like 3 different churches for like the teen youth ministry. And it was just hilarious. It was like some of the kids our age, they knew what we were playing, but the worship leaders didn't have a clue. It was like, man, that's an awesome song. You guys should record that. Like, kind of technically we can't. Why not?
Right?
The music's
you really want me to tell you?
Thank God it was before YouTube and all that shit, so they couldn't post it anywhere. So.
This is why I like arguing with people when it's like they want to be all uptight about like violence and profanity, and I'm like, but Doom is unironically one of the most Christian video games ever made.
Yeah.
Right.
So here you're gonna like this, Mike. This is so I actually know the guy who's behind this, that created this channel, and he's, last time I checked, he was still writing for the Federalist, but he this is an old song, but he did this a while ago to talk about why the Westboro Baptist Church protests, and especially military funerals. So here you go. You're gonna like this. This is pretty funny.
All right, that's what I like.
Christmas time is here again, a time of joy and cheer. But we'd rather celebrate by spreading hate and fear. If you've ever wondered why we protest and we yell, here's a Christmas song explaining why you're in hell. Long ago lived a Calvin named John who gets crazy when things didn't fit. So in the Bible said some, but then others, but John didn't like this one bit. How can a God who's sovereign not save someone if for that person he died? That's what John wondered until he surmised that God must not have actually tried. God only loves you and gave you his son if you sing in the heavenly song. But if you end up in hell, this must mean that God hated your guts all along. We take this nonsense one step even further and say if you're caught up in sin, then we can...
you have to be able to be, this is talent, to be able to like take a slam at the Westboro Baptist Church and Calvinists at the same time.
You know that Christ is your Savior and God wants to delay your sin. Then if you fight for a country with gays, we will say you endorse sodomy. Sort of like how if you like figure skating, you club Nancy Kerrigan's knee. Also conveniently, God doesn't care about harmless transgressions like ours. So if you're hateful and heartless and violent, that's cool. Long as you ain't a Whoa. That didn't rhyme. So, this is why we protest here and here and here and here. This is why for worship we get drunk on widow's tears. It's because we serve a God who hates you. If you think he wants to give a sinner his embrace, 2, 3, so put away the mistletoe and pack up all your life. If you're not a jerk like us, this ain't your Christmas night. Just stockings in the fire and throw away your tree. Jesus wasn't born for you like he was born for me.
Calvin!
He said Calvin!
That's how they needed to end it. That's the only thing that was going to make it any better.
I do agree.
No, yeah, I agree.
Well, and so this is just a good example of like what all the things that Calvinism beget like the problems that come from that, right? And it's so brilliant in that, you know.
See,
what the fuck are you searching on YouTube?
I met a Calvinist on a dating site once.
Oh.
I made the mistake of asking her about predetermination and telling her my problems with it.
Uh-oh.
That was a big mistake.
Ooh, you made a boo-boo.
You made a boo-boo.
That's still not the reason we never had a second date. We didn't have a second date because I found out her body count matched her age and she was 32.
Oh.
Was it your 30-minute break, Mayhem?
Yeah.
But
thought she was done for the
she
night.
really could not handle me bringing up the point of, well, if predetermination is a thing, how come it is that I've never met a Calvinist who believes they're gonna go to hell? Like, I've never met someone who believes they are preordained to hell if predetermination is a thing.
Right. Wow.
I've never seen a Calvinist be told you're going to hell, and they go, yeah, probably.
I don't know. I've never met a Calvinist. I don't know.
But I've never met a Calvinist who prescribes to predetermination and like preordained salvation who doesn't believe they're not going to heaven. They all believe they're going to heaven. They all believe they've been selected. You'll never meet one who believes they're not. You'll never meet a Calvinist who says, yeah, I can't wait to die because then Satan's jamming a pitchfork up my ass for all eternity, and that's what I know is going to happen. You don't hear that. Everyone who believes in predetermined salvation believes they are saved. They don't believe none of them believe the inverse of it.
Well, how does that play in with the Jehovah Witnesses? Don't they believe like there's only like 300,000 people that are going to get into heaven or some shit, something crazy like that?
I don't know. All I know is the Jehovah's Witnesses always gave me that great awkward segue in a conversation where you can just go, oh, and so anyway, if you're not doing anything for the next hour, I'd like to talk to you about the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, they gave me the great reason to blast my fucking metal music, and I could catch them before they were coming into the neighborhood, going door to door, whatever. I'm like, oh, let me go crank up the stereo. Great fucking sound system ahead, and I'm blasting Korn or what the fuck ever, and they come open the door and was like, hey, how you doing? And I stop them. I'm like, whoa, before you say anything, I know what you want. Can I tell you about my Lord and Satan? And that always made them leave. I think it was about the second time after that they stopped coming to my house.
Like, you know, another way you could another way you could do that without invoking the name of Satan is to say, hey guys, I just got back from the blood bank from giving blood, and that will equally do.
Yeah.
They hate that shit too.
Yeah.
I had a buddy that would go to the door naked if he saw them in the neighborhood, and they automatically, of course. Oh, I thought you were somebody I was waiting on to show up. I guess not.
I've only ever had one person try to like approach me for the purposes of preaching, and it wasn't even knocking on my door. I was in the middle of a Walmart, and I'm wearing this. It's the middle of winter in New England, so of course I'm wearing a hoodie, and I've got this black hoodie on that has a Punisher skull on it, but it was a big blood splatter pattern all over it.
Yeah.
So of course
this
50-something, 60-something year old Karen decides as I'm walking by her to be like, excuse me, would you like to talk about the good news of your Savior, Jesus Christ?
Well, have you found Jesus?
And I wanted to say,
I didn't know I was supposed to be looking for him.
I went to Catholic school. I could probably tell you a lot more than you can tell me. But I digress.
All right, so I do want to show you this because I think you'll get a kick out of this, Wally. This is pretty funny. This is kind of aimed at people that are like hipster liberals trying to profess Christianity. Here you go.
Can't hear it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm a Christian, but I'm totally not judgmental.
I'm a Christian, but I'm totally not arrogant.
I'm a Christian, but unlike most other Christians, I'm totally not rude.
Are most other Christians rude?
Shut your stupid face, Trevor!
I'm a Christian, but I totally don't think I'm better than other people.
Thinking that you're better than other people is like putting yourself on a pedestal. And I don't do that. Like, Christians who put themselves on pedestals are way down here. But I am not that kind of Christian. I'm way up here.
I'm a Christian, but I'm totally not stupid.
I don't unquestioningly believe something just because my pastor tells me it's true. I unquestioningly believe something because my gender studies professor tells me it's true.
I'm not one of those science-hating, illiterate fundamentalists who doesn't believe in evolution.
Actually, a lot of creationists are really well-educated, intelligent people.
Not according to Bill Nye, moron. And he should know, because he has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, and he used to pretend to be a scientist on television.
I'm a Christian, but I totally don't believe any of the Bible's teachings on sexual morality.
I'm the kind of Christian who is firmly committed to living a way that 1 Corinthians says makes me not a Christian.
Did you know that the average Christian kills almost 18 gay people every year?
That's not true.
It is true.
What the?
What I love is the whole like the gal. She's like, well, you shouldn't be putting yourself on a pedestal.
Those Christians are down here.
I'm gonna
way up here.
This might be a hot take for some people, but I think sometimes the pedestal is perfectly justified. Like if a random guy just decided to volunteer the information to me that he like had 3 kids that he abandoned and never raised any of them, I'm gonna say like, oh yeah, buddy, I am better than you. I'm not gonna even
right. Yeah.
Like there are plenty of actual single dads, buddy, who are a better person than you just by that virtue alone.
Yeah. Yeah, like for example, my uncle. Oh my gosh, he's just like a lot of those in there for forever. When I was a kid going through high school and everything, he had drug addiction. He was an alcoholic. He stole from his mom. Blah blah blah. He's been to jail so many times, and then he found God. Like when I was in the military, and. No, it was actually when I got out of the military. So for years, and then I posted a picture on my Facebook. I was like, "Hey, how do you like my hair?" Because I got the tips. I got my hair spiked and got the tips, highlighted. And he was like, "Well, how is that showing Christ to people?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, what a more holier than thou fucking." Question. And I'm like, no, my hairstyle and what I wear and what I dress does not show love of Christ to people. It's my actions. You should.
And the other thing that's great about that video is where she goes, well, I don't just blindly listen to my pastor. That's what I listen to my gender studies professor. And this is the point, is that it's good at showing this, right? And this is the problem that I have with a lot of people who go like, well, you just blindly accept the word of men as if that's an argument. Because guess what? So do people who are agnostic, atheistic, and science. This is just, and it's this kind of dissonance that you have about like what's bad here is right here. And it's like, if you're going to make an argument for something like that, I understand a person that would take on like a full nihilistic, worldview about that. But at that point, if you're truly nihilistic, then you really don't need to talk. All you really want to do is just, you know, if you're really that nihilistic, just don't talk. Just say, "Hey, cool story, bro. Bye." You know, and then like, you know, and then continue to kind of like go on your libertine ways and
you notice, but then you'll notice it's those people who always yet they love to engage because they really want to defend what they're doing to others. They want to defend why they're just believing in nothing and doing whatever they want.
Right.
It's like, I swear some of those people actually feel a guilty conscience about what they're doing deep down. They just don't want to admit they have a moral compass that makes them uncomfortable.
Right, yeah. But and I said, I remember the expression that I got, Wally, because we were at the Museum of Natural History, and you saw these people and like, oh yes, see this dinosaur here, this is a fossil fuel, and I looked at my wife and I said, honey, this is church for people who are scientists. You know, they're the scientism. This is their church where they get confirmation of what they believe, where things that support their conclusions are told. And it has the austere that it is better because it's not like trying to morally surmise there being a right way, but they will definitely surmise a morality superiority if you don't accept this as truth. So that's kind of like it's an asinine thing to see. And that's why I just say, like, whatever your views are, be consistent in them. If that is what you're going to embrace. But when you go after people for the thing that you yourself are doing, you know, then that's a problem. And we all struggle with it, you know, but it has to be something that's done. That's this is I think that skit from always and then that one where he's trying to convince
yeah, it's definitely true the way, because it's like you look at how they'll say, oh, well, you blindly believe this. Okay, but they also blindly believe statistics. They believe, you know, 1 in 3 are essayed, and that's just to be accepted as an automatic fact when the evidence has never bore the accuracy of those statistics out.
Right.
Or they'll question, they'll say, hey, here's the reason why I don't want to trust certain people in religious settings is because they may have a alternative reasoning for why they're telling you what they were telling you. Like a lot of it might be control, right? That's what we've been told, right? That religions are trying to control people and stuff. So they'll be noting that there could be a possibility of an alternative motive when it comes to like religious people, but they'll completely deny the idea of that happening in science, even though there's more evidence of people in science being financially motivated to provide certain narratives. Like when we look at those like climate change things that they had instituted, I think it was right at the end of Obama's tenure or right around, I think it was in the middle of his second term. They actually had found out that some of these climate models that they had done for the government, the information was falsified, that the information was missing, that they had.
Of course.
And it's because they were incentivized to give a result.
Yeah, because when they're giving out what people don't often understand is that when these research grants are being given out, they're being given out to reach a specific conclusion. They want the research to prove a hypothesis they've already made. They don't want to just say, well, test this stuff and let's see what happens. Like, no, we want this to be the result. So we want you to tailor the study to bear this assumption out. The viability of it be damned. That's what we want to see.
Right. And that's why I think people who advocate for real science should be absurd and should be outraged when when science is given that label of this is science or whatever.
Well, it's nothing new. People might also think this is something new, and it's absolutely not a new phenomenon. This is what the government did back in the early 90s to come up with the studies that they then used to institute indoor smoking bans. They wanted studies to prove that secondhand smoke did X, Y, Z. And there is, at least at the time, those studies were thoroughly cherry-picked. They, if anybody had any sort of health complication at all, and they found out, oh, that person lives with a smoker, they attributed smoking as an automatic contributing factor to that person's heart disease, heart attack, cancer, stroke, whatever. So they blew those numbers, they inflated those numbers as high as possible. This might sound like something the government did in the past 5 years, but I digress. It certainly isn't. Those studies were legit.
What are you talking about there?
I had someone on. I had someone on Twitter or X because I said, "Yeah, this is the problem with scientism," and they go, "Oh, don't try to insert isms into science." I'm like, "No, you're an idiot. There is such a thing as scientism. Look it up."
Yeah, and that's my problem. Like when you go back to like those secondhand smoke studies that were done in the late 80s, early 90s, it's the fact that the government then took that, said, we have a study, waved it in front of business owners and said, now you as a private business owner can't allow particular things in your establishment, even though this is a private business. You should be able to be okay with whatever activity from your customers that you want to be cool with going on. No, we've decided you can't do this. So they stomped all over private business owners' rights because they had a stack of papers to wave in front of them and said, now that we have something that fit our conclusion, we're going to make states pass legislation on it. And, when in reality, it's like, I think if we got rid of indoor smoking bans tomorrow, most people wouldn't care. If you went back to having smoking sections and non-smoking sections in places, most people wouldn't give a flying fuck.
Yeah. I mean, and it's crazy too, because like you go to the bars now, like bars still allow indoor smoking.
Well,
there's no problem there.
I think it's like you can have a members only bar that like
not in my state. They
actually
don't
like pay.
You can't smoke
if
in
people
bars
are actually paying like dues, some of those places can have been grandfathered in different states.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that's funny because that's why a lot of people go to the Legion Hall, and why a lot of people left the Legion Hall, because the Legion Hall is one of the last places here in Colorado where you could go. You could smoke at the bar, but no, in this state, in this
casinos
state,
you can, but that's the only other. That's the only reason I know some people even go to a casino is because they'll say like, yeah, I can drink and smoke indoors at the same time in a place that's not my house, and I'll just play penny slots all afternoon, and they'll keep feeding me drinks.
Yeah. In Arkansas, you get all the bars. You could smoke.
Well, and my issue was this: with when we did all the smoking sections and did all this, like, and they did this is non-smoking. It's like my thing is this: if smoking is bothering you when you go to eat somewhere, because let's be honest, like smoking does make your furniture smell, right? If there's a lot of smoke, it's gonna affect the coloring on the paint. You're going to have a little bit of that. So the thing of it is that decision should be made by the people who are going to that restaurant. If you don't like smoking, don't go to a restaurant that, if you want smoking, then go to a restaurant that offers that. The thing that drove me nuts is at least here some of the people I were saying is they're like, what about servers that they're making them work in that environment? Well, as someone who's worked in the restaurant industry, almost 95% of the people in the restaurant industry smoke. Okay. It's the only way they get through it.
Because they get stressed out dealing with people all day. So when they get 10 minutes,
I was an anomaly. To the restaurant industry because I never smoked, and so I didn't have smoke breaks. So I was always done with all my side work because
you will see more. You will go by any restaurant and you will see more employees smoking by the dumpster than any other type of business.
Yeah, you will. So, but they're like, well, what about them? I was like, well, here's the thing: no one is forcing you to take that job. If they're averse to smoking, then they need to go to another job. Well, but they don't have a lot of opportunities. They don't have. Well, then I guess that's why they go to a workforce center. I guess that's why maybe they go to college, or maybe that's why I don't know, figure something out. And we're not just forcing people to give up. And this is the problem I have, is that we're forcing people to give up things in order to accommodate other people. And a little bit of that is not natural in society, but to the degree that we go out of our way, and it's built on a lot of these emotions, it just drives me nuts. And it always just drives me nuts. And it's just kind of like, but we don't believe that because now we have to all these quote unquote secondhand smoke, and it's the most insane thing because I know people. And we're talking about smoking. I've known somebody that tried smoking. I think he smoked like 3 or 4 days. Maybe it might have been like 2 weeks, but he was smoking. When he started smoking, he found out he had lung cancer. He'd only been smoking for 2 weeks. Versus, I had a grandfather who smoked 7 or 8 cigarettes a day for like 80 years. And I think he had some emphysema for sure at the end. But at that point, like, your lungs are already diminished as it is. So
Yeah, I think a lot of those instances, it's like if we had just continued. I think if we had just continued to let the market determine what places we're going to allow, then maybe we would have eventually gotten to this point anyway, where just smoking sections indoors aren't common anyway. It might have, but imagine like if that option was still available and somebody knew like, oh, I'm going to go to this restaurant that allows smoking, and then they sit there and complain about it. They'd sound and look absolutely foolish because they'd know going right in the door that like, okay, there might be somebody smoking cigars on the other end of the restaurant, but then they sit there and they still complain about it. That's like going to a Mexican restaurant and complaining there's a mariachi band.
Well, how bad is a mariachi band for your health?
But imagine, like, if you knew going into a particular bar that they allow smoking.
Have you been to the Mexican restaurants I've been to, Buff? You
know before you even open the door.
I'm just joking.
You know before you even open the door of this bar that cigar smoking is possible inside. You know, but then you go in and somebody decides they're going to be an absolute Karen and complain about it anyway. That would be like going to an upscale Mexican restaurant that has live music and complaining about a mariachi band at a Mexican restaurant, and you sit there and go, I didn't know it was going to be here, and it shouldn't be like this, and I don't like the fact that this affects me too, and I'm going to pass legislation to make this impossible to do in this establishment.
I think it's about 4 years since I've smoked inside of a building, and that was a hotel.
And even nowadays, it's like good luck finding hotels that are even like smoke friendly.
Yeah, you got to find.
They really don't exist.
Dirt side ones, man. You got to find the cheap dirt side ones. I was in Greenwood, Mississippi for my family reunion, and hell, I mean, I just happened to show up there, and that's where we were having events. It's just like, do you have any smoking rooms? And they're like, no. And I'm just like, How did the rooms work? Thankfully enough, it's a weird setup hotel room, but they had a door that went to the inside of the hotel. And then the same room, there was a door that went to the outside. So it was just like, well, shit. I'll just step outside. I'm used to it now.
That's the one thing I like about working from home is that I can say I am vaping in the workplace and they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I can't smoke in here because I rent. And I've just been smoking outside for the longest time.
That's what gets me is that now, like originally when about 10, 12 years ago when vaping first started really becoming a thing and was getting introduced, people were doing it inside, and it was just allowed because it was understood that it wasn't smoke. But nowadays, it's like places treat it exactly the same, even though it's like you're not actually burning tobacco. Like there's no smoke of a burning generated by a burning plant in the product. It's still regarded as smoking for health insurance purposes as well, if they incentivize you to have like a stop smoking program.
Yeah, I see the people that vape and the ones that'll blow clouds, but they typically do it straight up. And that shit dissipates real fast. It doesn't seem to have that lingering effect like cigar smoke does. And it's just like, okay, I don't mind if anybody vapes in my presence, but I want a cigarette. And I understand what my cigarette is doing. I would imagine there's none of research done into the vaping to see what secondhand, if that's even a thing with that, effects can do. And it's all crazy.
I mean, considering nothing is essentially carried in the in it, it's like literally like you're like the way the whole process works is like what you're exhaling is just water vapor, but it has a bit of that. It looks like smoke because it's a simulation for the smoker.
Yeah.
Essentially. Like the stuff, like when you're inhaling it, that's when the nicotine is going into your system, but what you're breathing out, there's nothing in it.
Yeah.
It's already... like you've already inhaled the vaporized version of the product. What you're breathing out is essentially water, like your own air, but with water vapor in it.
Mm-hmm. For me, I think it becomes an interesting issue is, so I like to smoke tobacco pipe, and there's certain environments when I like doing it. So for example, going to the pub or going to a friend's house and having a beer, to me, having a beer or having like a whiskey with a smoking pipe is really nice. And I love the hearth of it, sitting on the front porch and just, blowing the smoke and and it smells good for everyone. Loves the smell of a pipe smoke. It's tobacco smoke. So, but I don't smoke as often as I used to, but I occasionally I will enjoy it. Now I haven't done it for now. We're going on probably 8 months now, but it's because I have other health issues and it just doesn't help. And so I try to mitigate it, but I love just going to the old, one of my friends and I we have a local like English/Irish Scottish pub, and we would go there. It's called the Goat. And we would go there and you'd have a drink and then you'd go out in the patio area and just smoke it was nice. It was just great. I love it. Or being in someone's backyard and having a smoke while you're by an open fire pit and talking. It's just great. Those are good things.
Mark Miller, there is never a reason to sit inside of a Dunkin' Donuts and eat. Dunkin' Donuts is absolute fucking shit. All right. Sorry, that's a principle I stand on.
But you want to smoke with a coffee when you're a smoker.
Not in a Dunkin' Donuts.
Ever is having that first cigarette of the day with your morning coffee.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like a triple. Yeah. It's a triple trifecta or whatever, a double thing. Yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts coffee is trash. Dunkin' Donuts donuts are trash. Fuck, kiss my ass. And I've been to the source. All right, I've been up there in the Northeast for all these fucking Dunkin' Donuts, and they praise that shit up there. There is not enough. I like my coffee with sugar.
So you don't like the fact that all these Boston people like that Dunkin' Donuts thing, huh?
I'm not isolating it to Boston.
I'm just joking.
I'm talking about Massachusetts,
I mean, Dunks
New
is
York,
like the
New
New
Hampshire, Vermont, Maine. All that's the Dunkin' Donuts hub up there. Is in the
and then we exported it elsewhere. I'm still surprised when I see people from outside New England who know what Dunks is, because I didn't know we exported it that far.
Yeah.
You'd have to smoke a cigarette with Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts is so prevalent in New England that like Krispy Kreme failed to get a foothold here.
Which is sad because
South runs on Krispy Kreme.
Mayhem, thanks for doing that, buddy. I don't know. Are you having bad signal, or did you? I don't know. My phone just died. Just message me on Discord if that's the case. But yeah, no.
Coffee I prefer. I like my coffee like I like my Kool-Aid, sweet. And I don't know. It's just something I grew up with. I gotta have sugar in my coffee to get rid of that black taste. I can't do it black.
So what's your favorite? What's your favorite donut place then, Buff?
Krispy Kreme.
You like a Krispy Kreme
all day? Huh? I grew up on Krispy Kreme.
When it was here, I loved it. When it was here, I loved it. It was the best thing on earth for a donut. Like my absolute favorite donuts.
Yeah, we didn't have Dunkin' Donuts here back then, and when I discovered Dunkin', it was like
actually the best donuts I've ever had. Aside, my favorite ones that I could get are at the grocery store across the street from my house because I'll finish my shift at like 7 a.m. I'll log out of work and I'll go across the street right when the grocery store opens and the bakery's just bringing out like all the stuff like freshly fried and frosted and everything. And oh my God.
Ooh, I'll tell you who makes a good donut. If you catch them at the right time.
They made an Oreo donut.
If you can,
it's covered in vanilla icing and Oreo.
All right, brother.
Cookie
it's good to hear. Stay with us as long as you can. If not, if you got to sleep or whatever. I know those truck hours,
If you can catch a quick trip.
Do you guys, where you're at, do you have daylight donuts? I love daylight donuts. That's what we have here.
I don't know.
Coconut are my favorite.
We used to have a Krispy Kreme's and it closed down. I don't know what all the reason why it was. I wonder if Krispy Kreme's just did the same mistakes that like Kmart did and expanded too quickly. But now the building that used to be a Krispy Kreme's is now a Buffalo Wild Wings. Which, by the way, is the crappiest place you could ever get a hot wing. You don't understand. The only reason
Buffalo Wild Wings.
The only reason I went there is because that was the only place, because we have another kind of like a pub place called Boston's, and they took my game off during the playoffs, and I was like, fuck you.
Here's an angry rant about Dunkin' Donuts for you. And as somebody who's born and raised in New England, I feel qualified to roast them on this subject. Dunkin' Donuts is literally the only coffee place in my entire state that you can go to that does not offer Irish cream flavor all year round. They'll bring it out in March for 2 weeks and act like they're doing everybody a favor. Like it's so damn hard to have Irish cream outside of St. Patty's Day. Every other place you can go get Irish cream 24/7, 365 in New England. But Dunks, nope. Too complicated for Dunkin' Donuts. Too complicated for the place that, coffee is your other staple item besides donuts. To have a standard flavor that most people enjoy all year round, not just for the Irish holiday. But apparently it's too difficult. No, go to Honeydew Donuts, go to Heavenly Donuts, go to all these other different donut and coffee places and like even one-off coffee shops and places we got around here like Aroma Joe's. They all got Irish cream 24/7, 365. Dunks, nope. See you in March for about maybe 2 weeks if you're lucky. We'll have it. And you should be great. And apparently we should all be grateful that they have it for 2 weeks. And every time I see it on another menu, I make it a point to take a picture so then I can tweet it at Dunks and go, see, it ain't that hard. It's June and they got Irish cream. I'm also pissed they got rid of the Girl Scout shortbread cookie flavor. That was great. And the maple. Maple is amazing. You get that right. You get them to mix the maple flavor in the fall right. That would taste like you were drinking pancakes. It was amazing. They keep some flavors long enough that you fall in love with them, and then they take them away, and then you go mad trying to chase down a coffee flavor you can brew at your own home that gets even the closest little bit to it. That's why it's like, no, do I have maple flavor? Do I have the maple coffee? No, but I got 9 bags of butter pecan in my cabinet that tastes about the same as the maple flavored coffee, and I make do with that.
Now,
What about Boston? What about Boston and Ben Affleck, man? And Ben Affleck owning Dunkin' Donuts, man.
You were a stickler for that Irish cream flavoring. I
marvel at the fact that the biggest coffee chain in all of New England thinks it's so hard to have it more than 2 weeks out of the year, if they even bring it out.
This is like a verbal combat thing, I think. We need to do a verbal combat on this kind of bullshit. And be like, it's un-American to have Irish cream only for 2 weeks out of the year.
Yeah, Irish cream is not a St. Paddy's Day flavor. It's not an Irish Monopoly flavor. No, you can have that every day of the year. And Mark Miller, I prefer to drink cold coffee, even during the winter. It's a New England thing. Iced coffee is every day in New England if you want it. I've met plenty of people who are like, no, I need hot coffee during the winter. Then, like, most of us in New England are like, nah, give me an iced coffee. Be like below 0 out, nobody, and you'll have like 4 people holding iced coffees.
I was going to say, because Dunkin' Donuts was one of the first places to actually do the whole iced coffee, because it's probably such a regional thing, huh? The iced coffee.
See, I'll drink hot coffee, but that's got to be like if I haven't planned like my supply of coffee that I keep in the fridge out. Because what I'll do, since I work overnight, is I have a big jug. I make 2 pots of coffee. It fills the jug. I put it in there in the morning when I'm going to bed. I wake up. I got a jug of like ice cold coffee in the fridge waiting for me. And then I just add cream. And there you go. Don't even need the ice. It's already plenty cold.
That's Wicked Wally, by the way. He just had that wicked take on Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah. So, what do you think, Wally? What is either because I think, did I glean that you like live in New Hampshire or something like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think is something that's either regional to like, obviously, besides like New England clam chowder, which everybody knows, which by the way, anybody that prefers Manhattan cream clam chowder to New England should have their head evaluated. They should have their head evaluated. Because New England clam chowder is the best type of clam chowder, except no other substitute. But outside of something like that, what else for New Hampshire or like New England would you say is like, you know,
like something I just don't see when I've been like outside of New England, which isn't very often. Like I went to Texas. I went to Texas back in February for about a week and a half. Never even got around to trying any of the exotic fast food places I don't get around here, which was disappointing to me. I just didn't have the time. Like I wanted to actually try. I wanted to be like, what's the big deal with Whataburger? I got to try that and see how it is. Didn't get to. Although I did go to a Texas Roadhouse in the state of Texas just to say I did it.
Right, because almost every Texas Roadhouse out there is like in a different. Because I think the franchise, isn't it based out of like Ohio or something like that?
I don't know, but I wanted to see like it was exactly the same as if I went to the Texas Roadhouse down the damn street.
Yeah.
But I wanted to see, it's like, I wanted to be like, so do Texans come here to make fun of the place, or do they just enjoy it normally? Like I was curious. To me, it was like I was doing a study out in the wild. It was also right after I went to see the Iron Claw back in the winter, and I wanted to take a picture of myself standing where the arena from the movie used to be.
First Texas Roadhouse was in Indiana.
Oh, it was in Indiana. I knew it was like somewhere in the Midwest, right? Thanks for that, Buff.
Yeah, but Texans seem to actually embrace Texas Roadhouse, unlike the opinion Aussies have of Outback Steakhouse.
Well, if you've eaten at an Outback Steakhouse, there's a reason why. It's garbage. It's the mushrooms taste like soap water. Their steak is always overcooked. It's terrible.
There was a time, and maybe it's just didn't age well. Like I remember when Outback Steakhouse first started opening around here when I was a kid. And back then, like the chicken wings were like next level. Like those are the best chicken wings I ever had. They were like my favorite thing in the world. And then one day suddenly it's like I went back after not being to an Outback for a couple years, and everything went downhill and everything tasted different. Everything looked different.
Yeah. For me, I try to go to places that that are either local or places that don't have like franchises up in my neck of the woods. And, I remember as a kid when Red Lobster came to town and thinking we had won the lottery, and because it was such a thing when I was a kid. Like if you were going to Red Lobster, that was an event. You were like, it's like going to the Sizzler. You knew you were freaking gonna just be rewarded with, and now you go there and it's like this shit is fucking terrible.
I grew up in such a small town that like 90% of stuff you actually wanted to go to was in all of the surrounding towns.
Right.
Like we had the grocery store and we had a couple of restaurants and a video store, and that was basically it. Like the town used to be so small compared to every town around it that like when a McDonald's opened, it was a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Like they just opened up the Panda Express in the town that the nearest town to me. And
Garbage.
What's it?
Garbage.
It is garbage. But I kid you not, for 3 freaking months you couldn't get in that place. I mean, you swore it was like Chick-fil-A or something. Like I understand why Chick-fil-A is always busy because people love it. It's good stuff. But like it's insane. It's like this for freaking like the stuff, the panda, what is it called? Panda Pantry at the mall. That shit is better than Panda Express. But I'll never understand that, and of course we finally got a Culver's here, and I love Culver's. That's my new favorite.
Oh, I've wanted to try Culver's for so long.
Oh man, the onion rings are so damn good. Oh, the onion rings are so damn good.
Culver's has a great.
Well, it's like my brother moved out to Arizona and he rubs it in my face that he's right near an In-N-Out and a Steak and Shake. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to go out there one of these days and kick your ass for rubbing this in my face for years.
Right.
I do want to go out to Arizona. I haven't been out there to visit since they moved a couple years ago. And every Christmas, Alice Cooper does a Christmas concert.
Did you live out in Arizona or something?
Nah, I never went out there. My brother and his wife sold their house in 2020.
Oh, so you had family that lived in Arizona?
Yeah, they moved out there because they wanted to move out of Massachusetts because my brother is much like me. He's not very politically compatible with the state of Massachusetts, and neither is my sister-in-law.
Yeah.
So
Do they still live in Arizona then?
Yeah, they've been out there for about 3 years now.
Oh, cool.
Very happy to be out of New England.
Yeah, I can understand. It's interesting. When I was working in the moving industry, how many people we got that would come out here that were from Ohio, and they just talked about how bleak and gloomy and depressing from just like that. I'm just not talking about politics. I mean, from the climate perspective, like Ohio is just a cold, miserable place. That's why, I always say this about people in the Midwest, like people like from Michigan and Ohio. Although Michigan's more beautiful because it's got really nice forests, but like they don't have a lot of things in their life to like go out and enjoy. So that's why they go to this football, and they're so like. I have to believe that's the reason why Ohio State Buckeye fans are so miserable, because they live in the state of Ohio, and I have to try to remember that.
Dude, that's why I was so happy that I went. Of all the time I could have picked during the year to go to Texas for a vacation, I went in like the middle of February. So like it was still like not getting really above like 70 degrees. So like it really didn't get to be uncomfortable out there at all that time of year, and it was still staying bright out, just being an hour behind. Because I stayed around Dallas, so it was like only an hour behind time wise, but it was still staying sunny out down there till like 7:30 at night, when it's like 5 months out of the year, New England's pitch black at 4:30, 5 o'clock at night. There's a reason a lot of us hate New England. It's because the whole winter into spring, like late fall, all winter, early spring is like, it's just depressing. Like you go out, like by the time you get out of work at 5 o'clock, it's dark for like 5 months out of the year. Nobody likes that.
Right.
If any place in the country wants to get rid of daylight savings time, it's us.
So you can understand why people want to move where I am, because this is basically our backyard right here. Well, not. I mean, I'm a few miles more than that, but this is basically what it looks like out here.
Oh yeah.
So it's like people are like, I love it, because they're all out here with their bikes, and there's water rafting, and we've got vineyards, and
you probably got people out there who think Wyoming's a real state. I've been convinced since I was a little kid, Wyoming's not a real place. It's made up.
Why do you say that?
Yeah, you think about it. You ever met anyone from Wyoming?
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess the map makers got to you too. Okay.
I lived in Wyoming.
Yeah, so did you get government clearance to live in the black site?
Now let me explain. I lived in Wyoming.
Did you have a job there where you're changing all the birds' batteries?
I lived in Wyoming in the sense of, as being a company truck driver, in the scale of that I was at, they always sent me to Wyoming. I spent most of my time in Wyoming. I just felt under the presumption of, well, great, I guess I'm just a resident. I've spent more time on I-80 than I have in Georgia, and that shit drove me crazy, especially during the winter. Fuck Wyoming. It's a real state, but it needs to be abolished.
Belief in Wyoming is just a gateway drug to believing in Australia.
What the fuck, dude?
It exists.
Oh, come on. You really think Australia is a real place?
Yeah, they won't shut up about their sharks. And hell, they got sovereign citizens in Australia. So, yeah, they exist.
I will give them credit that if it were a real place, Australia is the only place in the world where sniffing gasoline recreationally was such a problem that kids made a public service announcement song about it. I'm going to give you all the time to process that revelation that you need.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at something else, and now I just realized what time it is. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go to the shop in the morning.
Yeah, we're gonna close it out, I think. For final thoughts, what's your final thoughts, Buffs? And where can people see you if they don't know where you're at?
Final thoughts?
Your final thoughts on this earth will be what you say on this panel.
I am shit. I'm Sick 2210 on YouTube. Just type in the Sick 2210. It will bring me up. Just look for the angry black guy. I'm gonna go ahead and do a part 1 to this Leave the World Behind video. Having some issues with it, but it's been a while since I put out a video, so that one I'm gonna go ahead and try to edit it, do a part 1, see if that works. Blah blah blah. Final thoughts. Shit. Don't believe the hype. as Mr. Kevin Owens down here is spreading, Australia is a real place. Wyoming is a real place, but they're not places you want to visit. I'll agree with him on that aspect, that these are places you not want to go to because there's nothing there.
They're you also don't want to live.
The greatest thing I met in Wyoming was a good steak in Cheyenne, next to a Sap Brothers truck stop. And Australia, I've never been to Australia, but I know everything out there can pretty much kill you. But the Opera House is supposed to be lovely. Either way, fuck both of those places. Yeah, stay salty. Why the fuck not? Coffee is better with sugar. And thanks for having me on.
well, we enjoy your time here, Buff, and I hope you know that. Like, you're always welcome here, and we hopefully. I know we all have probably our disagreements, but but legitimately, I really appreciate your feedback and your input, and I enjoy hanging out with you.
Hey man, it's like being. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah. What about you, Wally?
Well, if you want to see what prescription strength Wally is like, you can catch me over on Speakeasy's channel every Friday on Verbal Combat. I'm usually taking up space on the panel, yelling off at people. Also on Saturday at 9:00 Eastern, we're gonna have a special 1v1 debate on Speakeasy's channel. Me and Teriak, we're gonna be having a randomizer debate where Easy's going to be putting polls out for the chat. The chat's going to vote every time we change the topics. It's going to go for about 2 hours. So I think we're going to be changing them up every 15, 20 minutes or so. Depends on what we end up figuring out prior to. But I think it's going to be a fun thing. And since it's all going to be random, it's going to be easy because me and Teriak got to do no prep for it whatsoever because we have no idea how many topics Easy's bringing for that one. But don't let prescription strength Wally on Verbal Combat throw you off. I'm actually quite nice and pleasant most of the time.
Yes. Well, I enjoy you on there. I enjoy you on there. I enjoy it.
John's on there quite a bit lately, and we all have a good time talking shit. And it was a pleasure to hop on here with you guys tonight. Thank you for having me.
And I'm glad you stopped by, Wally, because I really do enjoy your takes on things.
Oh, my pleasure. It's nice to actually chat and not have to, have my alpha voice on.
Right, be in beast mode all the time, right?
Yeah, if you notice, I wasn't even drinking. And when I'm on Verbal Combat, normally I'm drinking. Part of that is because I think it makes the show better, and part of that is some people just drive you to drink when they
I know. Some of the people are out there, Well, thanks for popping in. And like I said, hold on, I got to switch back on my thing.
My pleasure.
I just want to say to everyone, thanks for being in here. Thanks for the mods, for everything that you guys do. Shout out to Amanda. Shout out to Rome. You ladies make the chat flow, and it's really good. And I would appreciate everything you guys do. Mark, always appreciate it. I know Mayhem, if he was here, he would say thank you to everyone as well, and I appreciate that. Don't forget that going forward, we've got. I'm debating on whether I want to do a second live stream or not on my show. I was doing the John Moseman show for live streaming on Sundays or Mondays, but I'm thinking I might just do an actual pre-recorded show and then just have a premiere on it. So, and then going forward. Your guys' inputs matters a lot. So I appreciate you guys taking the time and watching. We're small, but we have a great amount of time and fun. And a lot of that is because we love what we love, and we enjoy each other's company and time. And I think it's important nowadays more than ever to just remember that despite our differences, like we can love each other. We can show grace and consideration to people. So thank you again for popping in tonight, and appreciate it. And also, don't forget, we'll be probably doing some rebranding stuff, so you probably won't be seeing much of the Moseman and Mayhem stuff. We'll be probably rebranding that. Just got to give me some time to do that. But I appreciate everyone who come in today, and we'll see you on the next show. Talk to you later.